It begins for you. We're here, we're in court, we're gonna make sure this guy does not get, you know, hung for murder or whatever. Poor guy thinks his experiment went, you know, miscalculated. It's just never gonna work, that's fine. Anyways, if I recall as well, Zykes, our vampire prosecutor, is saying that his experiment worked, which is very interesting, because it definitely did not. But we are here to prove that it definitely did not work. It definitely did not kill that man. But that's fine, we're gonna get there. I think we ended up, like, listening to all this in the last stream, and all this, but... Actually, no, let's go back, because I don't remember this. Of course, I went crashing through the crystal tower. I had a broken neck. I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection, that's all. That was my mistake. He doesn't remember his text, but that's fine. The post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound. There was a lesion in his chest where it could have been stabbed by something sharp right in the heart. So the victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fella's the only one who could have done it. Incorrect, but that's fine. That's all the testimony I have to work with. I had no idea the victim had been stabbed. That changes everything. Did Von Sykes keep that to himself until now on purpose, to gain the advantage? Oh well. I suppose all I can do is press these witnesses for as much new information as possible. I guess we're just gonna start pressing and see what they have to say. Are you suggesting that's because he fell from a considerable height? Exactly. Which I lost something else about this whole rum business. What's that? The fact that the instantaneous kinesis itself was a success. After the explosion, the cage with the fella inside suddenly appeared out of nowhere in midair. It was dropped from a hot air balloon. So although the experiment ended in disaster, the so-called instantaneous kinesis did actually occur. Remind us, Professor, what was the cause of the fatal disaster?
Hold it!
So the angle of projection is critical, is it? And you calculated it yourself? Personally? Absolutely! The calculation is far too complicated for anyone but me to carry out. Only, you got it wrong, didn't you? Yes, that's right. That's the point. The calculation is so complicated, even I can make a mistake. Don't fall for that brazen confidence. I should try it. I should too. I took into account the subject's height and weight, the wind direction, the ambient temperature. I considered every possible variable, so I just don't understand how this could have happened. Obviously, then, you had to include the weight of the clothes Mr. Asmer was wearing at the time, I suppose? Or the cage, or... I don't know. Ah! Crackling comets! The answer should have been 3! So much for safety first. I think it must be for safety third. Also, I don't think that would have changed anything, but that's fine.
Hold it!
Another fatal injury, you say? That doesn't make any sense. I don't think I'll have to spell this out, but here we go. Just because there were 2 fatal wounds doesn't mean I'm saying the victim had 2 lives to lose, does it? But... right. Obviously, at first, we thought the bloke had died due to his spine snapping in half as well. But you're saying that's not the case? I'll get shut on so as I finish my fish and chips. If you don't keep butting in every few seconds. Well, we all know that's a bottomless bag. Oh my goodness, they actually brought up the stupid bag of chips. The thing that never ends. Thank you. The victim plummeted 30 feet into a glass tower. It would be reasonable to assume that is the cause of death. Oh, that's what we all thought. But it was a red herring, wasn't it? Leads into the chest, blah blah blah, where he's been stabbed.
Hold it!
But if he was stabbed... Yeah, it's fun game. It's fun. Good stuff. Also, welcome. The defense knew nothing of this crucial information. The prosecution received this report from the forensic investigation team only this morning. That was the first renew of it as well. I can only apologize for the impossibility of informing the defense. You fucking lying ass bitch. Sarcastic and insincere? Thanks. So, what was the nature of this sharp object? Among the accused tools that were in use at the demonstration, one is of particular interest. This. Oh, yes. That would appear to be some kind of screwdriver, wouldn't it, Count?
There he is! My trusty little companion, Andrew!
You know what? We're not gonna judge. We're not gonna. It's fine. You can name your tools. That's okay. That's okay. Andrew. Of course.
Ha! Do you know each other already? He's one of my dear friends, like all my tools.
Okay. Sir. Sir. Is that a hairstyle, or have you just been electrocuted so many times that, you know, your hair's gotten all poofy and it's also fried your brain a little bit?
I've named them all, you know. We're one big happy family. Andrew is my flathead screwdriver, of course. His brother Michael is a crosshead.
Well, it would appear that your beloved Andrew has a red stain on its shank.
That isn't...
It's blood, beyond a reasonable doubt. I mean, is it beyond reasonable?
No!
That's not all. That long, sharp shape of this Fenji feather is completely consistent with the victim's wound. Ah, shit.
Can you stop dancing and stop looking at me like that? This is not a good thing for you. What?
Uh-oh. We're in trouble. Well, when are we not in trouble? It's fucking Ace Attorney. Who am I kidding? Order! Order! The court went to this friend of the defendant as evidence. That's a weird way of putting that, but okay. The screwdriver has been inserted into the court record. So one of Professor Harebrayne's tools is the murder weapon? Great. No, we're not putting it up there. Let's not do that. Okay, yeah, no, that's definitely blood. That's unfortunate for us. From afar, at least it looked a little different. I've seen this unusually shaped handle before. It's the same screwdriver that was lodged in the grill on the floor of the kinesis machine. Which could be important information, so I should definitely make a note of it. Very good point, though. We found, I was wondering how they got it, because it looks just like the other one that we found. This blood. Mr. Osmond's, no doubt. That's the problem with looking at murder weapons. What if that didn't help us? Oh well. We don't have the other one, dang. Killed. But if he was killed beforehand, how would Harebrayne have put him in the machine? What grounds do you have for saying that? Oh, there is not to ask. There are only two people on the public experimentation stage in front of a whole crowd. The victim, Mr. Roddy Osmond, and the accused, Professor Harebrayne. We know for certain that before the experiment, the victim was alive. I don't think we actually know that. That's right, I saw him with my own eyes. Furthermore, following the explosion and kinesis, nobody went anywhere near the body. That means he was definitely dead. Beforehand, he was already in the... In other words, only someone else on stage with the victim could possibly have done it. That's not true. Hey, Harebrayne, what you got to say about this? Professor Harebrayne, do you have some information that may be relevant here? Hi, Maya. Thank you for the lurk. Professor!
Sorry sorry. I was just calculating the optimum coefficient of electrolysis to separate molecules in the human body. And the witness stand is the best place for that? It seemed as though you might have something to say about Inspector Gregson's last remark. Ah! Ha! 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 Ah! No, that was more of a scream than a laugh or whatever. Yes, that's right. Of course. He just said that nobody else could have done it, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right. That could have stopped the victim, eh?
I don't know, but there's no way that I could possibly have stabbed Mr. Asman, as you say.
Eh?
I mean, the obvious explanation is you're on a public stage, people are fucking looking at you. How would he have been able to stab him without anyone fucking seeing and noticing him? Anyways, moving on. Explain, please, Professor. Of course, this cold-hearted policeman may not be aware, I suppose. But humans are warm-blooded mammals with blood running continuously through their veins. Also, that's a good point. It would have continuously bled on the stage.
I did.
Then surely, you see, if I plunged something the size of Andrew into the man's chest, the whole stage would have been a blood bath. No, a blood swimming pool. But thousands of Londoners were watching me at the time. And yet not one of them claims to have seen a swimming pool of blood.
Well, no, I suppose not.
He's so calm about this. I mean, there was a grill there, so it's possible that it would have just like, what's the word? There's a word I'm thinking of? Drained? Yeah, drained. Drained's the right word. Don't know why it took me so long to think of that word. But anyways, you see, not one!
True, I don't see anything like that.
Well done, Professor. That was a great counter-argument. Now, there is only one problem that I think Zykes might bring up. And it's kind of the fact that, like, well, yes, there would have been a swimming pool of blood if you pulled the screwdriver back out. If it stays inside and it didn't, and like, it would have been kind of a sealant for the blood, and it wouldn't necessarily have gone everywhere, and then it teleported with him. Who knows? Except, obviously, we know that didn't happen, but still.
Order! Order!
Don't do it. I know you're gonna do it.
Pray, forgive the discourtesy if I savor a drop from my adult chalice to accompany my old friend's dosing.
What?
Here's to you, Albert.
Oh, you are too kind, Bennick, but I'm really not a patch on you.
No, you're not.
No?
You've neglected to mention one crucial possibility.
I have?
A particular situation in which very little bleeding would result from a stab wound
If the weapon stayed inside.
Of course. Inspector, enlighten the court, please. Yes, sir.
Where are they going with this? This is also why if you ever get stabbed, don't remove the weapon until you have like something to stop the bleeding. It's very important that you have a way to pressure the wound and stop the bleeding before you pull the damn thing out. It's bad. Anyways,
Your mental testimony now, Gregson.
whack him. Whack him. We don't use whack-ems here, those are expensive.
The weapon was written the victim was stabbed with must have been left in his body while he was beamed through the air.
Hold it!
Yep, nope, that's exactly what I thought they were gonna say. Why would you think that, Inspector?
With any wound, it's only when he pulled the weapon out that profuse bleeding occurs. Whilst it's still lodged in the body, it acts as a stopper of sorts, for want of a better word.
I see.
You don't need a medical degree to be aware of this fact. It's common knowledge for any investigator.
I'm a lawyer, not an investigator. I know it seems confusing because I do a lot of investigating, but I'm a lawyer. Ugh, where's Susato-san when you need her?
If you ask me, this bloke mastered his doom from view with his body before stabbing Osmond in the chest. and had beaten the victim off the stairs with his fancy device, the screwdriver still already planted it.
I would never do such a thing. Not to my precious tools. I would never use them for such dirty work. You only use tools for their intended purpose. That's common knowledge for any scientist.
I think the Mythbusters would have to disagree. As Adam Savage says, every tool is a hammer. Yuck, 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 yuck. The fact remains, the lack of blood at the scene can easily be explained, as the prosecution has demonstrated. Well, that's all the testimony. I have no idea that changed everything. Okay, this means that we need to find something now. Now we've pressed everything. We need to find evidence that something's wrong. Has a very distinctive handle. And a broken neck. Blah, 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 that was my mistake. Postmortem revealed a fatal wound in his chest where he's clearly been stabbed. Must have been left in his body whilst he was beamed through the air. I found our evidence. Taken after he had been beamed.
Objection!
Ah, doesn't it?
Would you care to mull over... Wait, what are you talking about? That was the right evidence? Find out about it on your return... What?
4 months, though.
Rest assured, we should be happy to carry proceedings forward in your absence, counsel.
You sound serious.
Jesus, what? No, how was that the wrong piece of evidence?
Must have been left in his body while he was beamed through the air. But this is... Where... Oh, no. Because this thing that says it itself, it was found in the base of the machine.
Objection!
You say that while the weapon remains in the body, there's very little bleeding. Is that unequivocal? Look, there is no blood on the experimentation stage, even though that's where the fellow was stabbed. The only explanation for that is if the screwdriver was still in his body, stopping any heavy bleeding.
You're the idiot who found the screwdriver. Where did you find it? Idiot, I fucking goddamn.
It's common medical knowledge, my learned friend. Even on your side of the world, racist asshole. Yes, but about this screwdriver. The thing is, we actually saw it at the scene ourselves, on the experimentation stage. What? It was on the floor by the records of the machine, poking through a metal grill. I went to pick it up, but the detective here stopped me. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Now you come to mention it, yes. Inspector, are we to understand that you permitted the defense counsel to investigate? Are they not supposed to? You're supposed to motherfucking let me... Unless you contravene the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. No, not at all. I wouldn't do that. I just let him look, nothing more. I was very clear he wasn't to touch a thing. Yes, that's true. Hi, Monica. The screwdriver was in plain sight on the stage. But it shouldn't have been, should it? What are you getting at? If this tool had still been in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine, then it shouldn't have still been on the stage. That's right! It should have been beamed across to the Crystal Tower along with Mr. Osmond. Attorney more aces. Yes. All of the ace. I don't know who. Well, the professor might be ace. Ryunosuke has. Well, actually, Ryunosuke has like 3 boyfriends, but you know, he can be romantic without being. He can be asexual without being aromantic. Oh, I get it now. He's an ace attorney not because he's good at his job, but because he's, you know, he's not interested in sex. That's fine. Perfectly understandable. Screaming, we're not doing that. Scott is screaming. Insert Scott screaming here.
Order! Order! How do you explain this, Inspector?
I don't.
It looks as though everything that the victim had on his person moved with him when he was beamed. If the screwdriver was still in his chest when the instantaneous kinesis occurred, obviously, that should have been beamed to the destination as well.
Ew.
This is a strange situation. Even though people are saying that this instantaneous kinesis is a scientific impossibility, we're still basing arguments on the assumption that it did actually take place. Alright, time to tighten the screws here. My lord, if the prosecution is unable to explain this inconsistency in its argument, we can only conclude that the testimony given in support cannot be relied upon. Give me the death glare. I don't like it. Lord Von Sykes is stumped. God damn it. No, no, Harebrayne, don't do this, please! Please! Ah, damn it. This dumb motherfucking scientist. This dumbass who we are trying to defend on a murder charge is about to explain. Oh, God. Why? Is he about to ruin his own defense? We were so close!
Do you have something to say, witness?
Yes, I knew it. It bears out the equations hold. Mr. Naruhodo, don't worry. About what? Without delving into the details, there is no inconsistent... Okay. Okay. You know, normally these eyes are reserved for the barrack over there? For the Lord, the vampire? Racist? This is for you. This is for you. What? Even if Andrew had been lodged in Mr. Osmond's chest, my trusty tool wouldn't have been moved. Andrew remaining on the stage is consistent with my calculations. Stop. You can just... You don't have to... What? What? Dumbass. Thank you, Monica. You know what? That one's fair. I'm gonna give you that one, Sykes.
It would seem your illusions have been shattered. Clearly, we should hear the accused's explanation.
This is the one time I will agree with you on destroying the bottle, because I want to break something.
Or should I say, this brilliant scientist's explanation?
That's when I found an inconsistency in the prosecution's argument. Scientist. You don't have to prove yourself right, Harebrayne.
Very well. The defendant will testify again. Provide us with a scientific explanation as to why the inconsistency asserted by the defense fails to hold.
Okay, hold on. Can we at least kind of point out first? Can someone please tell him, stop fucking talking? You're the defense! Don't fight me on this, please.
Oh, my eyes. Hold on. Just where my camera is.
In the name of Apollo, I will, my lord. Y'all, what the fuck? What the fuck? To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. My hypothesis states the kinesis cannot transport metal, though. Hence, the metal weapon would have stayed put. Yes, that's... yeah, thank you, Bivis, and also hello. Hello. How are y'all doing? Because I'm annoyed at my own client. And other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruhodo isn't an inconsistency at all. Mr. Osmond was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. Now I have a duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together. This is an example of high intelligence, low wisdom. Clearly not high enough intelligence, though, because he doesn't realize that... Or maybe he's just too stubborn. I'm gonna give him 17 intelligence and a wisdom of 5.
True. The thrust of your testimony, Professor, is...
That based upon this hypothesis, matter objects cannot be moved by this method of instantaneous kinesis.
In other words,
since the screwdriver is made of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest, its subsequent discovery on the stage, despite the victim being found elsewhere, is not an inconsistency.
and therefore,
Professor Albert Harebrayne could still have been the killer. My great hypothesis holds, you see. We had to make the cage used to contain the subject from wood for that very reason.
I was also addressing you, witness.
Professor Harebrayne. Yes? Whose side are you on here? I don't take sides, Mr. Naruhodo. No. My only interest lies in upholding my hypothesis. I'm a scientist, after all. Did we drop his wisdom down to 4? I think he's losing him. Is he working for us or against us? We're the ones working for him! He doesn't work for us! That makes us even more annoying! 2? He's good.
Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Nipponese friend.
Yes, fire away, Mr. Naruhodo! Okay. Now, can I just look at his outfit and see if there's any metal on his outfit? His glasses, hold on. He's got metal right here. Like, yeah, a lot of this is wood, but here's some metal. Here's some metal. Metal went with him. Alright, your hypothesis is wrong. Also, stop fucking trying to put yourself in jail. Now I'm still at the stage of gathering data. My hypothesis states that kinesis cannot transport metal. Henceforth, the metal. I don't know what to say. Put. Blah blah. Not that part. Probably that second one. Yeah. Okay. Go backwards. Because this is definitely metal. But also.
Objection!
Thank you. The music stopped. That means we did it right. Professor Harebrayne, you say that according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made. Is that right? Yes, that's right. Spot on. Exactly correct. In that case, I'd ask you to have a look at this photograph that was taken at the scene. In particular, I'd like you to pay attention to the victim's face. You can clearly see that Mr. Osmond is wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim. What? Metal? No, metal can't. That's not... metal? No! We've already established that the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on the stage. However, if your hypothesis correctly predicted that outcome, it should also have predicted that the metal rim spectacles would be found in the same place. Ah! My hypothesis! My hypothesis! Gotta get real far from the mic for that one. Professor Harebrayne, this isn't easy for me to say, but your hypothesis is clearly flawed.
Order! Consul, what is the implication of this?
If, on the day in question, the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place. And then it's entirely possible that the victim was killed somewhere other than on the stage. And in that case, someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit. But my hypothesis is sound! I proved it that day. The experiment was a success. The experiment was proof of all my work. It's hard to get a British accent in that voice. I was trying to keep up.
If I could say something here, in my capacity as a Fellow of the Royal Society. Yes, sir, number 4, go ahead. As a man of science, there's one thing I simply cannot abide. And that's a fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of science.
I don't think he's a fraud. I think Bybees was right. I think he's got a wisdom of 2. What? Wait, great Scott! Are you suggesting my science is suspect?
His just is proved, hasn't it? In front of all of us. In other words, the whole demonstration was a complete nonsense from start to finish. Believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you that this man is a heel, a bounder, and a fraud.
The fact he's insulting our client, but at the same time, this is actually maybe a good thing for us? Weird. Normally when they're going against our client like that, we're like, no, stop that. But in this instance, it's kind of a good thing.
I say the records of the machine should be stripped down and thoroughly examined.
No! Never! That machine is the essence of my entire hypothesis! It's protected by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
Oh, the devil is a blasted act all about, eh? Who made up such a daft rule?
Oh, he had a fun voice just there. That was fun to do. I don't like the way this seems to be going. What's the best way for me to help the professor? We're gonna wait and see. I'm gonna hold off. Maybe I should watch and wait for the time being.
My feeling is that the machine requires a thorough examination.
But what about this special dispensation that's been mentioned? Oh gosh, this is all too much.
If it's determined that the machine itself was the murder weapon, I think you'll find that the act won't apply.
Of course it was the murder weapon. Anyone can see that plain as day.
So we're all in agreement, are we? That the machine should be stripped.
If I don't do something, they'll...
Objection.
Hold on. Professor Harebrayne has yet to perfect his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes. But even so, what? Going to such trouble and expense to create a fake machine to display in public, he would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing.
Objection.
Ah, shit.
He had an obvious reason to do exactly that. For the research grant money. If the government was foolish enough to have deemed the man's ridiculous notion plausible, he and his conspirators would have received a handsome sum indeed.
Conspirators? What would be the value of such a grant? £10? I'm sorry, what?
You're an order of magnitude out, madam. £500 a year!
Yeah, no, that's a lot more than 10. Again, why do we have a kid on the jury? Who let this kid here? Oh, you could have answered him on that much for years.
The Society's noticed an increase in bogus public demonstrations in the field of science recently, and plenty of scientists arguing with each other to get the largest slice of the funding cake. People's greed is plenty motive enough for murder, I assure you.
Uh-oh. But why is the kid with that part we don't know? I don't think we need to have whatever. No. I haven't deceived anyone, least of all the government. My hypothesis is sound. The science is sound. Please, you must believe me. Oh, shit. I should not have done that while I was holding my tea. Spilled a bit. My bad. Finish this off.
Objection.
Here's my thinking. Like, he just doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, the fact remains that the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. Which means that the experiment
was a success. This is what he wants us to disprove. We need to disprove that.
Ha! Barrack!
And therefore, the only person who could possibly have committed this murder is the accused.
Barrack. That was funny.
Where is this heading? I have no idea. My lord, if I may. Yes, Lord Van Dykes. The prosecution would like to summon new witnesses to the stand. New witnesses? What would be the nature of their involvement? They were spectators of the demonstration at the exhibition, who were occupying special seats. Eyewitnesses? Very well. The court grants the prosecution's request. I should very much like to hear from the eyewitnesses to the incident. The prosecution's stance is clear. This experiment was no postiche. Postiche. What the fuck do you say this word? What the fuck does this mean? I assume it means that there wasn't a bogus lie or something, but also what the fuck is this word? The accused killed the financier victim there on the public stage, before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend.
Oh, yes?
It's time for you to make your own stance clear.
There's clearly a flaw in the professor's hypothesis. I can definitely see that. Where does that leave me?
We shall take a short recess now, during which time the prosecution will prepare its new witnesses to take the stand.
Postiche. Fake or artificial? Am I postiche? My intelligence postiche?
As you wish, my lord.
Ah, the existential crises of a robot.
Good. In that case, court is adjourned for 20 minutes.
To be continued. Here in just a moment. October 23rd, 10:44 a.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Mr. Naruto? What on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth were you playing at all along? My hypothesis! My amazing hypothesis! You've been picking holes in it from the start! I'm being so animated that I'm losing my headphones. Sorry about that. But you promised me! You said you'd prove that dreaded explosion was an accident, not murder, and I do plan on doing that. You said you'd keep my precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands! But all you've done so far is try to undermine me.
Yes, I did make you a promise. You're right. I said that I'd believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. But I also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. The fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there?
But if I just run through some equations... Yes, you see, it's because my work is incomplete.
Perhaps it is. Nevertheless, a man died as a consequence, didn't he?
Oh. Oh no! You're right. You're so right. It's all my fault. And I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster. Not just as a scientist, but as a human being.
Well, that might be a little over the top.
And while we're on the subject, what about Barrack? He's being awful.
Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean?
He's a disaster. Not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being. Oh, but no, wait. He's the Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as Homo sapiens anymore?
Glad that's cleared up. Your hair is so jiggly, my dude.
Can I double-check something with you? Ah, yes. What? The machine and demonstration you prepared. They were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume? There was no trickery involved? I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with the firm belief that science is the only future. So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet, but please, Mr. Haruhodo, you must believe in it. All right, Professor. I understand.
Counsel, defendant! The prosecution's witnesses are ready to take the stand. Court is about to be in session again. Make your way to the courtroom, please.
Yeah, boy. Oh, here we go again. It all hinges on that demonstration. If the professor's hypothesis is as sound as he claims, it leaves him as the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. Except we know that he didn't. Probably. But on the other hand, Mr. Sholmes was adamant. I forgot about his outfit.
A practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible.
I mean, Irish was saying the same thing, so... So really, what should I be trying to prove here?
October 23rd, 11 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify?
The prosecution is ready, my lord. As is the defense, my lord.
So, Lord Von Zykes, I believe these next witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes.
Indeed they did. And as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. Please had to be Jenny. Please had to be Jenny. So the testimony we're about to hear can be considered highly reliable. Perfect. A detective of... Perfect. A detective of all people. I'm so excited to see the courts, to see what happens when the judge realizes it's Gina. And the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Though it's an tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound, and that's what we need to prove is not true. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only other individual to have been present on the stage at the time, the accused.
Thank you, Counsel. The prosecution's position is clear. So, bring forth your witnesses now.
Bailiff, show the witnesses in. The witnesses whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. Unequivocally. There we go. I think I got it right eventually. Never mind. There you are. Hi, Gina. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court to hear. What kind of voice should we give this guy? My name is Balthazar. No, that's too much to the scientist. My name is Balthazar Loon. I am the impresario of all the hot air balloons in the vicinity of the experimental stage. Impresario. There we go. Okay. My name is... Oh god. Fucking damn it. Wow. I'm amazed now that I ever thought that Harebrayne was German. Because boy, they sure did make that obvious. My name is Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigmundson Ormstein. Sigismund? I've come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. I'm very rich.
Inspector Gina Stroll, Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective. Even Sherlock Holmes agrees. I was on security duty after the exhibition, and I had to go up in one of the balloons. It was amazing. Gina, again. She did mention that she'd seen the disaster from up in a balloon, actually, didn't she? And she clearly loved every minute of it. There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in... were in one such balloon at the time, and saw events unfold from the skies above. You make it sound like they were in the clouds. There was only an altitude of circa 60 feet, very low. And you can't see nothing if you fly too high, can ya? 60 feet. About 18 meters then.
Thank you for your introductions. Now, you will give your formal testimony for the court. Kindly describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those of you at a vantage point above the stage.
We need to know who was in that 3rd balloon. They're the ones who fucking tossed the cage with Asmund off. It was an incident theory, but I am only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. There's this huge bang from the stage, and the next second, another bang from the sky beside us. And from amidst the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere. Cage. It fell from the sky like a stone, and crashed into the crystal tower. I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower. I feel like that doesn't tell us a whole lot, actually.
A most extraordinary collective account, I must say.
Can I just clarify something? There's a detail in the witness's testimony that I've not heard any mention of until now. We can turn those off for now. We don't need the angry eyes at the moment. Specifically, that there were 2 explosions?
More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places, yes. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around here. And there were other balloons in the air nearby at the time, carrying other passengers as well, to be clear. Then, as power was supplied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. The so-called birdcage that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, the second explosion occurred directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses. The birdcage appeared at the site of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down into the crystal tower.
I was very surprised. Suddenly a cage before my eyes with a person inside. The blast was so hot, but I didn't know what to miss a thing, so I kept my eyes wide. How many of those balloons do you have? That's fine. I still have lots of money. What is with this kid? Whose lost sassy child is this?
Precisely who is this curious infant? And though he is a young noble of Bohemian royalty, apparently he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the great exhibition.
Yeah, I am here in London on a sightseeing service my elementary school.
We will have the benefit of a child's point of view in the testimony.
Can he, like, see over the basket of the hot air balloon? Is that even possible? Is he tall enough? We really need that? Oh, he took off the mask. When I remove my mask, this is what I look like. Also, what happened to your head? Did you get injured?
Oh, yes, I see. A delightful face, I'm sure.
Yeah, everybody says so. Yeah, that wouldn't be Ja, it'd be yeah. I'm stupid. Great disguise, then.
And the point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the facts for the court. Namely, that despite ending in an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. And furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the crystal tower where the victim fell.
Therefore, only the accused who was with Mr. Osborne on the stage could possibly have committed the murder. Someone sets off a firework next to the air balloons and simultaneously pushes off the birdcage that has Asmund in it into the Crystal Tower. What happened to the one that was on the ground? I don't know.
Quite clear. So, the defense's cross-examination now, please.
Yes, my lord. Yeah, boy. I didn't necessarily notice anything that was obviously a lie or false. Balloons were not damaged. There are 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage at the time, I understand. See, all the 3 of them, my bellissimi bambini. Bellissimi bambini, okay. They're very popular, signor. Some people would pay £10 for one ride. £10? That's more than my annual stipend. £20 a month. That is my pocket money. I also have all the luck. I got up there for free, I dare. Play the old I work for Her Majesty's Police card, you know? Detectives have all the luck. If they're so popular, why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons, though? Because, if I have too many in disguise, they crash into each other. The operators for the balloons were decided by lots, with each operator manning a particular area. See, as the zone above the public experimentation stage is the most profitable. The other impresarios, they hate me.
Thank you, witness. I think the court has a clear picture of the arrangements for balloon rides at the exhibition. Perhaps we could hear more about what you actually witnessed of the incident.
Ha! I can fill you in there, my lord. Huge bang, and then the next second, another bang on the sky beside us. So you actually saw the accident happen from up in the air? Yep. It's amazing what a detective gets to do, eh? I'm telling you, Odo, being a lawyer is a mug's game. We should join the force and we can go flying together. You know me so well. Yes, well, anyway, could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think? Everything! We saw everything, because we were up above it all. That dodgy cove climbing in the cage, and that dodgy professor pulling on them levers. And that's when it happened. And then there's that massive bang and the cage disappeared, just like that. Did you see him get stabbed?
Are you describing the moment the subject's body was decomposed by the electricity, I believe?
I didn't know what to make of it. But then there was another bang, right in my ear. I looked around, and there was a huge great fireball right next to us in the sky.
That's Peter.
And there was nothing there before. You have something to say. What do you have to say there, kid? Master Gotts, does your memory of the day differ? My teacher at elementary school says that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use their full name. Yes, what was it again? William Gottfried Sigismund Ormstein. Wilhelm Gottfried, I think it's Gottfried? Sigismund Ormstein. Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund Ormstein. I have to call you Will. Does that work? Just the 4 names, then. The point is, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to Detective Gina Lestrade's last remark, perhaps? Oi, get it right, Odo. It's Inspector Lestrade. Why does everyone have a problem with how I dress them at the moment? That is not what I saw. Oh? Yeah, there was a second explosion and it was right beside the balloon. That is true. But I'm sure. What I said, ain't it? Was what I said, ain't it? 1 minute there was nothing there, and the next a massive explosion. My teacher at elementary school says that when someone else is speaking, if you're rude enough to interrupt, you will have the most awful life imaginable. I mean, at least he's not a rude, noble kid. I'll give him that much. For the most part. Are all Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy?
Just before the second explosion happened next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed a green balloon flying in the sky.
A green balloon?
Eh? You what? I never saw nothing like that. But I did. I saw it, and you can't say I didn't. I will complain to the I will complain to the council. I will cry and scream. Also, that tells us what this is. I was wondering where this canvas came from. It's from the green balloon. That's what the explosion was. It was the other balloon going off. The other balloon exploded. This. It looks like layers of thick canvas with a thick rubber lining of sorts. Never seen anything like it before. But applying Mr. Sholmes' methods, you might deduce it was part of a raincoat worn by someone who really didn't want to get wet. And the charring must have occurred when the person was struck by lightning. No. Or maybe not. I know, this is from the balloon. There's a green balloon. The third balloon. Okay, cool, good. My testimony is the truth. I am Bohemian Prince. You cannot say it's a lie. That is not allowed. Playing the blatant royalty card, are you? Typical. That's the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's Police.
In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your formal testimony. In the interest of cordial national relations, cordial national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia.
It was not the sky that exploded. It was a green balloon that was next to ours at the time.
Hold it!
A green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that? Of course I am sure. I am a proud Bohemian Prince. How the questions are making me boring. I think you mean bored. English is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior.
Ragazzo,
It is very wrong to lie.
what?
Lie?
Ragazzo,
Balloon balloons never explode. For the same reason the planets never explode. It is logical. Oh, goddamn, I keep forgetting his voice. It is logical. Please tell me that doesn't mean logical. If you insult me, you insult all of Bohemia. Or die. I would have the army come and shoot all of your stupid balloons out of the sky. All of them. Okay, maybe we don't threaten people with national violence. You know what? He's perfectly happy to do that. Here you are, Your Highness. If only all international incidents were so easily resolved. Oh, if only. If only.
Now that peaceful relations have been restored here in the courtroom, perhaps we could return to the testimony. Did you also see the moment that the cage materialized, Mr. Looney?
No, I did not see the explosion myself. However, the cage, it fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower.
Did you see that actually happen?
No, in reality I did not. I saw after it hit the tower. There's a grand confusion around the stage. I ran to see what had happened. I was terrorized by the idea that one of my balloons had crashed. I suppose they are his livelihood. But when I looked up to the sky, all my precious balloons were still there. I want to know what this is.
Looks like a crossbow.
Crossbow exploded the hot air balloon, but it wouldn't explode. I don't know. But when I looked up to the sky, all my precious balloons were still there. I saw it though. I saw it slam into the tower. After all, I am a detective now.
Then tell us what you saw, Inspector Lestrade.
That's what I like to hear. Didn't get a look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower.
Hold it!
Was it you who gave the order to keep people away?
Is your head though? How could it have been me? I was up in the balloon, what
Right.
So, because I wasn't available, it was the boss who had to leg it over there. He was getting shoved and kicked all over by the panic inspectors as they tried to seal off the scene. It was a real sight to behold, I can tell you. Amazing.
Or Inspector Gregson.
So anyway, I couldn't see the cage that well because of all the smoke. I didn't really want to see, to be honest. I was scared at my wits. Keep it together, Inspector. Stay with us, Gina.
The prosecution really is asserting that the demonstration was genuine. But what if it was actually some kind of switch-around trick instead? That would mean that the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place. The two explosions would have thrown everyone watching into a panic for sure. I think I need to find out more about what exactly people saw at the time. But I've already pressed everyone.
Objection!
Mr. Luna, in your testimony, you said that all three of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged.
See, that is correct. If they had been caught in the explosions, it would have been terrible.
I wonder if you might know what this is?
Ah, I think it may be... See, part of a balloon. A burnt piece of the fabric of the envelope.
Sorry, the envelope?
That is the large round part of the balloon which becomes filled with hot air. It is made from very thick fabric lined with rubber. You do not want it to rip while you are in the sky.
Just as I thought. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Mr. Gotts testified, a green balloon did indeed explode that day. If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Luna, then your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence.
No!
I don't notice his fucking hat. How did I not see his goddamn hat?
The balloon exploded that day. Why did the man say so?
Maybe everyone on board was killed.
Oh, no. I just spent £10 for the experiment. How awful.
Doesn't mean like those things crash 50% of the time anyway.
The instantaneous kinesis did occur, but after the explosion on the stage, the point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon, causing the balloon to explode. Yes, eminently plausible. An unfortunate traffic accident, as it were, but it changes nothing about the pertinent facts.
I cannot accept.
Why not, Mr. Lune?
You are suggesting that I am a liar. A person died in a balloon accident.
There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Lune. The victim was the Soviet fatality that day.
That's right, and I prove it. Balthazar Lune is not a liar. There was no such balloon in the sky. It is not possible.
You're saying it's impossible? Why?
This court has more important matters to discuss than the number of balloons that were operating that day.
No, this is very important because of that fourth balloon was undocumented. People don't know about it. There could have been shit on there. But we can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now. My lord, the defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Lune.
I concur. There is clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. It's imperative that we clear up the issue of this phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you will give supplementary testimony about the balloons you were operating at the exhibition.
Grazie, my lord.
Oh boy.
As I said, Balthazar Lune is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. All three of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe! But you can't get away from the fact that a bit of cloth was found at the scene, can ya? The coppers at the yard reckon there's probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage. This stupid ragazzo was mistaken. My balloons had the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway.
There it is.
So your assertion is that the balloon this child saw was not one belonging to you?
Si, exactamente. If he even saw a balloon in the first place, I do not like the sound of it. It is very bad for business. I have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia. If you attack us, we must fight back. He will be war. Hard war. I realized when I was saying it as I was saying it. Don't clip that. God damn it. I Sam. Yep. Nope. Thank you. Damn it. All out war. This kid should not be talking about war. What happened to all out war? No, Rinosuke. He said all out war. Very big difference. Definitely not one the kids should know. Mr. Luna certainly doesn't appear to be lying, but that doesn't change the fact that the testimony and evidence are contradictory here. And if the defense is unable to find fault with the witness's statements, the court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend. The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes.
Constable, you may now cross-examine the witnesses.
Yeah, boy. What have you got to say for yourself? I really not have the Skyland safely. Carrying passengers. Catastrophe. Burn a bit of cloth, yep. I think that's what we did. Is go talk about it a bit. You mean the color is wrong? Si, senor. I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse. And yet, a piece of green cloth was found at the scene, and it's unmistakably from a balloon. Oh, I do not know how that can be. For the sake of argument, let's say that the green balloon did explode above the stage. You couldn't therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question. Why not? There have been recreational balloon fights over Hyde Park operating from before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier date. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you'd agree. You believe it may have been from some early balloon accident that predates the expedition. And why do we not have any police reports of this accident? That I'm sure would certainly exist? Si, exactamente. As the senor says, it is not from one of my balloons. Clearly, this Ragazzo from Bohemia is mistaken about what he saw, and he's not happy about you saying that, apparently. Is something wrong, Master Gotts? It's Master Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund Ornstein. It was on the tip of my tongue. Yeah, something is very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon there. I swear it. I swear all over Bohemia. You can speak as much bad language as you like, but it changes nothing, senor. If you do not have evidence, Ragazzo, then I must tell your parents to punish you, eh? Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments. Evidence? What is this evidence?
To give a simple example, young man. A photograph, for instance. Some tangible proof of what you claim.
But why didn't you say so sooner? I have the photograph here. Let's go, kid!
Good gracious, what?
I had not been up in balloon for a little while, so I was very excited. I took lots and lots of photographs. Of the Crystal Tower, of the Bohemian exhibit, of the streets of London, of the hot air cellar, the balloon, and the instantaneous kinesis experiment. Did you take a picture of that? Yeah, one picture. Really? You did take one? But all I wanted was a ride in the balloon. I was not interested in boring experiments. Never mind that. Can you show us that photograph? Of course, and then you will see. You will see that I am not lying. That I really did see a green balloon. Let's fucking go. It's empty and also not in color. Well, but it doesn't have the zigzag marking, so that's good. We know that much. Hi, bye, Beast. Yeah, no, Sam was made quite an entrance. Well, I see you're all too shocked to speak.
Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man.
Yeah, perhaps you cannot see that it was a green balloon from this photograph, but that is not my fault. It's the fault of the stupid person who made the camera.
Okay, we're not gonna do all the crying. This is one very bohemian sounding cry. I'm not even gonna try that. Very well, the court will accept this photograph as evidence.
Thank you for the alert, babies.
I'm gonna take a look at that photo.
It's not my fault. It's the fault of the person who made the camera.
Oh, this way. There it is. Hello? Hello? Okay, couple of notes. We can't tell from here that he's not been stabbed in the chest. That's unfortunate. But I can definitely see that is not Asmund. That is definitely not a real person in there. That is definitely a wax statue. How this motherfucker didn't notice, I don't know, but we'll figure that out later. This is empty. This doesn't have the zigzag on it. And would you look at that? Something came and exploded the balloon. So I was right, this is a crossbow. I don't think I actually examined this, did I? There's some sort of lever here. I was right, it's a crossbow! I'm a genius, I just forgot to expect it earlier. What is this? It looks like a cross between a bow and a gun. Yes, it's a bow gun. Technically, it's not even that, it's still just a crossbow. I think it's probably used for the same thing, too. Turns out it's a folding crossbow. Glad we got that figured out. This groove here must be where the arrows are loaded, I suppose. So I was right. It's a sort of bow with an automatic firing mechanism. This would be perfect for someone like me who catches his ear with a bowstring 2 times out of 3. In fact, if I'd had one of these, maybe I could have beaten Cosmo in Kyoto archery training.
Surprise, motherfucker!
Hi, wristwatch. Welcome, welcome. We have a crossbow. It looks like you wind this around in order to draw the bowstring back and create tension. Ah, you're good. I said we started early. Well, we started early, because State Caden's starting early, so we're ending early. So it's a whole sequence of events happening here. Delayed? Never mind. We're actually going to be able to go 4 hours, so that's good. Caden delayed until 7. Awesome. So we got a full stream time. You must be able to fire arrows with a huge amount of force using this device then. In fact, I would imagine it's far more accurate and powerful than a Japanese longbow. Ugh, I really had no idea what I was picking up when I spotted this at the exhibition grounds. Oh, wait to work during the food poisoning? Oof. Boy, I hope you're feeling better, wristwatch. That sucks. Okay, cool. Well, never mind. Yeah, I just saw she posted it in the Discord. Which works out well for us. Hope everything's going well for all y'all, actually, in general. Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories. Sepia tone. Sepia memories to take home with you. Oof. Yep, nope, that's good. Hope you feel better soon. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph?
Well, it was on the day of the big explosion.
You don't say.
When I pressed the shutter release, there was this very loud bang, and a hot wind rushed over my face.
That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. Yes, it did. A split second before the explosion occurred. How it caught a glimpse of the crossbow bolt, amazing. Love it. Well, if you ask me, this black and white photograph changes nothing. I could not give her the flying fig. She's not a thief, not anymore. She's Inspector Lestrade now. Lovely language you picked up. But yes, it was her. As I thought, Mr. Luna's testimony just doesn't quite add up. The young Bohemian boy claims to have seen another fourth balloon, but Mr. Luna vehemently denies the possibility. It's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, this inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure. Oh, darn it. Hold on. I need to figure out. Maybe I should press some more stuff before I start trying to present evidence.
Hold it!
You couldn't just have forgotten one, maybe? You know, sometimes I regret letting this man talk. He asks some dumb questions sometimes. Like, you would say there's no stupid questions. He asks some stupid questions. Signor, I might not notice if I was given 100 lentils and one went missing. But we are talking about 3 enormous balloons. Do you believe I could make a mistake about something so grand and expensive? I took the liberty of having Inspector Gregson check this gentleman's warehouse. I have your report here. It clearly says a total of 3 balloons. It would appear no mistake has been made. Surely Mr. Lestrade could have been sent for such a menial task. What, me? I tell you what I told the boss. He sent kids like me can only count up to 2. Obviously that ain't true, but the boss bought it and said he'd have to go himself in that case. I love her. She's the best. As soon as they fell to the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe. It would be quite a catastrophe if they fell to the ground for any reason, I would think. On that note, Mr. Luna, tell me, what is it that keeps these 3 balloons in the sky? Yeah, it was playing with Pokemon. Are you an idiot? Sorry? That is like asking why does a candle burn bright? It burns bright because it burns bright. And a balloon flies because it flies. What else? Must be Italian for, I don't know. There are 2 types of, There are 2 types of flying balloons. Hot air balloons and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work on the principle of hot air being less dense than cold air. Hot air rises, it pushes balloon up, because it's caught inside. Whereas gas balloons derive their lift by using a gas that is lighter than air, generally helium. See, and my balloons are filled with the magic gas, I believe. So, they're Okay, I know where the explosion came from now. I know why it exploded. God damn it, you're using fucking helium balloons, of course. Helium or, possibly not necessarily helium, there's a couple of other options, but for the most part, all those gases that you tend to put in balloons, you know, to make them rise, because they're lighter than air, they're generally pretty damn flammable. You wanna know why there's a boom? There's a boom because that arrow went in and it caused even the tiniest little spark. And it ignites everything and it go boom. Anyways. Hydrogen. Wait, why did I say helium? I'm stupid. Hydrogen. Lighter than air, but highly explosive. Of course it's hydrogen. No, because helium is normal for our small balloons, but hydrogen is honestly for the big ones. Still, very explosive, very flammable, very dangerous. Good lord! I do not permit smoking of the cigarettes at any of my balloons. The magic gas does not like fire. Even a small spark of static electricity could cause the entire balloon to explode. What is the matter with you, senor? All that comes out of your mouth is explosion, explosion. I tell you, my balloons are perfectly safe. They have to be, or I cannot eat. Also, his balloons are gas balloons, but his is a hot air balloon. None of my balloons exploded that day. I am completely sure.
What if you still say that is what happened? You must show me the proof. Alright, so Mr. Luna had 3 balloons in the air that day. If none of them were damaged, then what was the one that exploded?
Hold it!
Yeah, we're just gonna keep pressing. I was surprised to find the piece of fabric still at the scene, actually. Didn't you search the area surrounding the stage for clues? Nah, I'm gonna pick stuff up off the ground, mate. Always works out way better than diving into people's pockets instead. So much for the new career path. Mind you, the boss was on his hands and knees picking up all kinds of rubbish from the floor. Thing is though, the cage went crashed in the crystal tower, didn't it? That's what must be investigating was going on. Even so, I would have thought someone from Scotland Yard would have gathered this up as evidence. Cool, listen to you. You stumble across a bit of balloon, suddenly you're the best investigator in the world. Pardon? Oh, you ain't got a badge, have you? Like this one? I could arrest you with this if I wanted to. I wouldn't put it past her. Come to think of it, there was talk of some scorching on the ground at a meeting we had about the investigation. Couples of the yard reckon there's probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage. There was considerable damage to the stage and surrounding area, wasn't there? Yeah. Some of the clothes out while watching the experiment were caught in the blast and injured. Could tell the old contraction that keeled over, eh? I hadn't even considered that. Seems there was great panic after the incident occurred. Nevertheless, the police shouldn't have missed a torn piece of the envelope from a balloon. Hi, Quiz! Welcome, welcome. Inspector Gregson can expect repercussions. Like me swiping all fish and chips, eh? The man's sole pleasure. By the way, Quiz, you missed the part where they mentioned the fact that he definitely has that bottomless bag of fish and chips. None of these matters. A scrap of balloon envelope means nothing. Niente. This stupid record was mistaken. Balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. You're on break? Yeah. Hope work's going well. Did I already do this part? But the prince took a photograph as proof. Is Prince Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigmarsson on Steam? Your royal blood will not help you here, Ricardo. See, it is a balloon, but there is nothing more you can see from this black and white photograph. Just look on my head. That is a Balthazar Lune balloon, the best in the business. I try not to get overinflated. You and your jokes. The point is this. Here we have clear photographic proof that in the sky above the experimentation stage, there may very well be a balloon operated by somebody other than you, Mr. Lune. Who was it? I want to know. Who was this mongrel with no respect for the boundaries? Did the boy? I think so. Prince? Yeah. This testimony is young Bohemian boy claims to be another. They must tell us something, I'm sure. We need to find somewhere to present some evidence. What have we got? Guy, blah, blah, blah. All 3 balloons were carrying passengers that they fell to the ground when a catastrophe. But this one was empty.
Objection!
Okay, cool. I got it right. Let's go. Unfortunately, the photograph Master Gantz took can't tell us the color of the balloon. But it can tell us something else. Something crucially important. What? What? It shows that the pictured balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. Oh, my goodness, you're right. But surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There'd be no sense in it otherwise. See, and there for pleasure, for seeing the view. My balloons only fly with passengers. Which tells us that the pictured balloon isn't one of them. So when the incident occurred that day, there was a 4th balloon in the skies above the experimentation stage. I actually want to look at something real fast. Nope, okay, that doesn't tell us anything. The mysterious green balloon. I know nothing. Leave there. I can only tell you one thing. If this balloon was not carrying passengers, then it was not one of mine. I mean, that is always an option. But, oh, technically, it wouldn't be the Mile High Club, it'd be the 18-meter club, but whatever.
There are illegal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. Clearly, one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition, and managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Luna's parts without him realizing.
See, the competizione, trying to steal my profits. I did not notice because of the experimento that went wrong on the stage.
This fourth balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Asmund was beamed from the stage below.
Right. So them scraps that fell to the ground after and left them scorch marks. They didn't come from the stage at all. It was bits of balloon raining down. Because no one was in it, it didn't get no attention.
A mysterious fourth balloon carrying no passengers, silently floating over the experimentation stage.
Objection!
This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader. Clearly, it has nothing to do with this case.
Its relevance doesn't elude me, I must say. Actually, Quiz, you weren't here. Let me show you something. This was a picture taken just before the explosion. Two things to notice. There's no one here standing that we can see. It is pretty deep though, like you noticed. However, we also have this. A very interesting little light show going on here, coming up against this very flammable balloon. Down here, experimentation stage, and oh, would you look at that? Boy, that person in that spot sure does look weird, don't you think? I mean, especially when we consider that this one's just so animated. It must be on purpose that it's so stiff looking, such a waxy complexion, even from this far away. Anyways, I assume wax figure put in here, balloon sent up flying. It might have even just been a coincidence that it exploded, that it was shot to explode at the exact moment the experiment started, at the exact point, such that the body, which is probably down in here, would fall through the crystal tower. Was up here, would fall, and result in this. That's my current theory.
Relevance doesn't elude me, I must say. The court has seen sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded.
That's not how this works. And also, they don't seem... Really? Have we really got to the truth yet? Yeah, all things considered, this is an Ace Attorney game. Who the fuck knows what crazy shit's gonna happen at some point? But still. No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up, and not in our favor. What else can this photograph tell us? Is there nothing more we can learn for it? Oh no, there's more.
Objection!
I mean, this is technically too early to call it, but it's one of the more cut and dry cases from the looks of it so far. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait! Please don't give your decisions yet. The photograph from Mr. Gotts may well be hiding one more vital clue.
What's that?
A vital clue.
Objection!
We're well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for definitives now, so tell the court. What exactly does this alleged clue in this photograph prove?
Why, the cause of the explosion, of course. We can reasonably assume that the picture balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. It was not my fault. Evidently. Because the birdcage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying. And the balloon, being filled with flammable hydrogen, instantly and explosively ignited.
Objection!
No, that's not what happened.
What? It would appear that this photograph requires closer examination. Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photograph for the court.
Of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see. And what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have. in a way that leads to an unbelievable conclusion. The clue that heavily suggests the real reason a balloon exploded is...
Take that!
Enter you go boom. It go boom all over the place. The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. If you look, you'll notice there's a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon. Most likely a ray of light caught incidentally on the film. I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort. If you look with the magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright line really is.
Goodness, what is that? Undeniably some flash of light, yes.
Oh golly, do you think it might be lightning? Coming from below.
Well, it couldn't have been a finer day. Also, it's coming from below.
I believe we may be looking at fire.
A bolt of fire heading straight for that balloon. Like an arrow.
Thank you, gentleman on the far right.
Indeed, even to my aging eyes, it would appear to be a flame of some sort. My word, are you suggesting this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon?
Someone lit an arrow on fire, put it in a crossbow, shot it up there, and it go boom. It go boom.
Objection!
That's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could possibly have reached such a height.
Objection!
Actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how that is exactly what did happen.
What evidence? If such evidence exists, Control, then for goodness sake, present it, man. Present it, man. Man. Present it, man.
Ah, God, what the fuck is wrong with me?
Which evidence explains the mysterious streak of flame that appears to be headed directly for the balloon?
Take that!
I mean, there's a reason I was a big fan of Mythbusters as a kid, and it was only partially because of the science. It was also the big explosions. This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene.
Good lord, is that a crossbow?
An arrow dipped in oil instead of light could have been shot from this weapon, sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon. Oh yeah, that was a fucking great explosion. The sound of that cement truck exploding will live with me for the rest of my days because it sounded like a fart. And that's the only thing I will ever think. Anyways. To be fair, they also played it like 1,000 times in that episode alone.
Are you suggesting that crossbow was used to deliberately...
Blimey, you're right. That streak of light in the photo looks just like an arrow, doesn't it? Oh, am I missing an eyebrow? Yeah, there are so many good quotes.
The explosion of the balloon, it was...
very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow igniting the hydrogen gas inside it.
Oh! Order! Order! Consul, this is an extraordinary supposition.
If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question.
The noise of the discharge? Of course.
I feel like one of these days he's gonna nod so hard that his neck just snaps. That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile can be fired at the balloon silently. Oh yeah, if someone has shot a gun off in the exhibition grounds, it would cause a real panic. But with the big explosion, there's a very big panic anyway, no? I don't like this. I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all this, but something feels wrong.
Objection!
Do you understand the implications of what you're saying, my Nipponese friend?
If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. And if the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued... Wait a minute. What are you really saying here? I don't get it. Was the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all? Or what?
My goodness me!
Time to take an official stance on this on the science behind this whole situation. Ah, now I understand. That's what that sinking feeling was about. I think there's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along.
What? Did I just hear that correctly, Consul?
There's no going back now. The horse has bolted. What a saying. I don't think I've ever heard that one. Let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. It was. That's also possible. It's definitely in the balloon, not the basket. It'd be easier to hide. I'm just amazed that it. Actually, because it's a gas balloon and not a hot air balloon, it actually would fit. You can actually put it in there. There's not just the big opening at the bottom. On stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage and the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared, to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. No, this is 100% like a... This, like, to be fair, Ace Attorney is famous for these Scooby-Doo-esque situations. Scooby-Doo, Ace Attorney, Danganronpa. You want some complex crimes being committed? There you go. I think you all agree it's entirely possible that what I've just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day. Professor... I have not trying that again. I've never played Professor Langdon, but I'm going to agree and say probably. Danganronpa is so fucking good. I love Danganronpa.
Good grief!
Objection!
This is ludicrous. What you described is no science experiment. It's child's play. A contemptible display of stage magic.
I would call it a meddling. Hold on. There we go. Call it the meddling scale. All the meddling kids. Both Mr. Sholmes and Iris said the experiment was a scientific impossibility. In which case, this is the only way to explain what happened that day.
And in any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage in the crystal tower. If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how do you explain that?
Easily. He was in the birdcage already.
If I may put in a word, as a man of magic myself, apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by such simple deception.
Chart number 3?
All that would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Asman, and having this other man appear on stage to front the show. Has a body double!
Yes, of course! So in fact, Mr. Asman must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed in the balloon right from the start.
Objection!
That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything hidden inside it would have been scattered to the four winds when it exploded. No one would ever have embarked on such a risky venture.
Von Zykes, he was already dead. The man in the balloon, we call that a corpse, my dude.
Not necessarily. The explosive force of the balloon... Not necessarily. The explosive force of the balloon gas would very much depend upon the mixture ratio.
Chart number 4?
Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of other gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered. The mixture ratio.
Something I learned from Mythbusters. Stoichiometry! Let's fucking go! For example, you put oxygen into a room, it's not just necessarily gonna explode when something sparks or ignites. It needs to be like the right amount of oxygen to the mixture of the air. Too much oxygen and it's like snuffs it out. Too little and there's not enough for it to there's not enough fuel to start. It's funny how much it comes up today. But to be fair, this is all science related, so it's fair.
Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns that would be unavoidable. But not to such an extent as to render this whole obscene charade impossible.
So everything that happened can be explained, logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all part of an elaborate deception to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred. Oh, goodness me. And if we accept that this is what happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. Ugh. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant, who was on stage in full view of the entire time. Now, here's the thing. There is still one problem. The counter is going to be... yeah, no, yeah. But no, we're an Ace Attorney wristwatch. Ace. Very important. But no. The problem is that I have a feeling what's going to happen. Oh, I do like how he... Oh, that's a good point. Because he got struck by a stake in the to the heart. That is funny. I hadn't thought about that. 8 trials in, and I'm just now noticing that. What was I saying? Now, the problem is, they can still turn it around and be like, saying that even though Harebrayne didn't kill him there on stage, he still could have, you know, been the one to plan the whole thing, plan his murder and all that. Oops, we don't want that. That's bad. And that's definitely what's going to happen. We non-sexually dom Zykes. Sure. This will be very hard for the prosecution to counter. But Von Zykes can credibly maintain that Professor Harebrayne is a suspect now. Actually, he can, and I've kind of already figured it out. Let's just hope he doesn't, but we know that he will. Please don't. Please don't. You damn it! Mr. Naruto, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you. I had a feeling. Professor? But you can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please. Alright, hold on. I know I'm going to need these. There's the button. There's the button. Alright. I'm reading the angry eyes of my own client. Let's go. Sorry? What's all this about, Mr. Harebrayne? I, Howard Harebrayne. Hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Odie. I'm sorry, what? Hello? I think Quizmaster's right. I think this isn't true. I think he's lying because he doesn't want to admit the fact that he was wrong. Damn it. God damn it. Rather go to jail. He's not... Here's the problem. If he gets convicted of murder, the sentence is death. That's not just jail time. He'd rather die than be proven... I don't think he's a phony. I think he's just wrong. Saying here is... That's a good point. I'll think about that. Yes, just like that. That's a good point. Note to self. I'm gonna write that down. Always so many good ideas. This isn't even an outfit. This is an addition. I wouldn't even necessarily be saying it. It'd just be more like that. That emote that was made. God damn it. Yes, it was me, with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver. What are you doing? Oh, that does remind me. There's something I set up a long time ago. I wonder if it still exists. Oh, right, no, I need to have turned on. I'll use this now. I'll figure something out in a second. I think I made something a long time ago and I just haven't used it in a while, but anyways. Order! Defendant, explain this sudden confession.
Objection!
Professor Harebrayne, what are you talking about? Oh, posture check and hydrate, thank you. Do that real fast.
Oh, dear Lord. It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis and my precious machine.
Motherfucker, just admit you were wrong, go back to the drawing table, work it out, make it better. It's okay to fail. It's okay to be wrong about something. You can just try again later. It failed this time, sure. Oh, fucking goddamn it. Okay, we're fine, we're fine.
You stand there and claim it was all a trick, all an elaborate prank. But where's your proof?
Isn't it possible? There might be more to this than we know.
No, you'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it. But then it would all be over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it.
It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. If you will just let me, I can prove—
Barrack!
Yes.
I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say. I swear it. So please, ensure the special dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act is adhered to and protect my creation.
I hate you. I hate you so much. Like I said, way too many electrical shocks to the brain. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollow chalice at this critical juncture. As to my learned Nipponese friends.
What?
On this upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in the light of the accused's confession. Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply. The prosecution will then demand the rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. However, if you acknowledge that machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, then the chance of investigating will be crushed, and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved.
Well, Counsel, what is the defense's official position on this matter?
That life is more important than inventions. But Professor Harebrayne, my client, actually asked me, was to prove that the explosion on stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. But there's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence? Or do I uphold my client's request but see him condemned? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust. Yeah, because that's the problem now. Protecting his invention and saying it was an accident are now contradictory. So, congratulations, we're picking one over the other. You've been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend. Or has all knowledge of English skipped or confused Nipponese mind? Ryunosuke?
Mr. Naruhodo?
There's no escape here. I have to make a choice. But it's an impossible one. I have to give on something, but what?
No, this is a very easy choice to make. Save his goddamn life.
The defense asserts the defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was in fact No, I can't say it. My client placed his faith in me. I can't just let him down. Yes, you can. It's very easy. What must I... I'm going to assume that this is Shams. What must I give up on is not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's, what can I protect?
Chisato, holy shit! Wait, what are you doing here? I was not using your voice because I didn't think it was you.
Hello again, Mr. Naruhodo. It's been far too long.
Let's fucking go! Susato-san! But what are you? Hey, here! You know what? I'm okay with this. Thank you. It just proves that you're real. My first Susato takedown in 6 months. There'll be time to talk later, Mr. Naruhodo. For now, we must concentrate on the task at hand. Which is working out not what I want to have to give up on, but what I can protect. Professor Harebrayne. Yes? Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too. Yes, of course. And personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Asman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue now.
Oh, you finally opened your eyes.
What?
And as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer. Having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say?
Barrick?
Lord Van Zykes.
Gosh, I never heard him speak that way before. In truth, there is one thing. Something I remembered that's of relevance.
What?
On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow.
I beg your pardon?
Here we fucking go. Professor! Did that man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like? Tall. Taller than me. And thinner than me. With straight hair. Straighter and whiter than mine. Let me see. One less than me, too. A monocle. A rather stylish black monocle. But one thing in particular will help to positively identify the man. You see, I know him very well. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention. Let's fucking go!
What?
He built the machine? That's right. Mr. Osmond introduced him to me a year ago. He's a man by the name of Enoch Trevor.
Enoch? Trevor? Does this name mean something? Members of the jury seem flustered. That's a name any scientist... Wait, no. Not a name any scientist wishes to hear. The man's an abomination!
Not a name any conjurer wishes to hear either. Who on earth is he?
I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of this nature that I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. There's talk of other flamboyant experiments that turn out to be nothing but stage trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascal is after the government's research grant money.
When magicians are in need of money, I've heard of them resorting to these underhanded tactics. Such acquaintances of mine with experience of such things have mentioned Enoch Trevor's name before. Try to get a good voice for this guy. I don't think I have one, so we're just gonna keep going.
The man is both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we're dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. That's Enoch Trevor for you.
In other words, he knows how to pull off a good old magic trick. So it's true then. My invention, my great machine, it was just a grand illusion? God. Considering that we just heard about Mr. Trevor's character, I'm sorry to say that sounds increasingly likely. Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. I wanted to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted.
Which is why you're so opposed to it being investigated, I presume.
I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen. But at the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick and a work of deception, then everything I'd worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. I was terrified at the prospect.
So you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built, and the true nature of Mr. Drebber.
I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it.
It's entirely possible that Mr. Asman and Mr. Drebber were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring the research grant money.
When I announced my invention to the crowds that day, it was the finest moment of my career.
Oh, yes, you're right. That's a good point. There we go. Yeah, because now I just feel bad for him.
I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Drebber had described. But when the smoke suddenly started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening.
I have a feeling that the cage disappeared because the bottom probably opens up and it went down.
But I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore.
Absolutely a trap. No, the trap door below for the cage to fall through. Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor.
Oh, absolutely. Like we said, wisdom of 2. And he certainly ain't proficient in insight.
Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act?
Richard, you're making a good point. I was thinking about that a moment ago, too.
I'm wondering...
I don't know. Because especially from those images we just saw that was Asman there. Let me take a look at this photo again.
Yeah, this looks wrong. But this is nothing, it's not making sense.
We know that that's the real Asman is dead. We know that. Like, because it'd be pretty obvious the moment they grabbed this body that it would have been fake or not. So he's dead. We know that for sure. It looked like he was on stage. But that is definitely not Asman, just looking at the image. So the question becomes, how did someone go from being up here into the cage to being in the balloon in time for it to explode? Unless that wasn't Asman here at all, like ever, and he died long before, I don't know. Yes, please, go ahead.
Unlikely.
I'm very sorry.
Hi, Maya. Welcome back.
It would appear that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Lord Von Sykes.
My lord?
The court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical.
Yes, Mr. Drebber.
Gather information about the man. If possible, I should like him served with a subpoena.
With pleasure, my lord.
Now, counsel for the defense.
Yes, my lord.
When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he presently stands accused.
I understand.
Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning.
I want to get to a save point, then we're going to take a quick break. Just a quick 3-minute bio break for everyone stand up, stretch your legs, but not until we get to a save point.
which technically I can save at any point, but I think we're coming up on one. October 23rd, 1:36 p.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber.
Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes? Exactly, that's the problem. We know that the machine didn't kill him, we know that he didn't stab him on stage, but technically, Harebrayne could still have been in on the whole conspiracy for murder and all that, and that's not a good thing.
I'm so sorry. I was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. You trusted me. I dragged you into my mess. Oh, how did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry.
You really have no idea, Professor? About what Mr. Drebber was really up to, I mean? About what he was really constructing?
Naturally. That machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis, of all my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it.
Alright, in that case, I won't say any more. Now, sadly, the murder accusation against you still stands. We must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow.
Oh, thank you for doing so much for me.
Now, when did you get here?
I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo.
Arriving late?
Didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I'd arrive.
Postcard? What postcard?
I hid it from you, Runo, so it would be a surprise.
God damn it, Iris.
Well, did it work?
I was surprised, alright. Especially when she threw me to the ground.
Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I was just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out.
I'm sorry, judo throwing me to the ground just kind of slipped out? Okay, sure, why not? Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in the future.
Susie's train was late into London Victoria this morning, you see. But we made the coachman really whip the horses hard so she didn't miss the whole trial. I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself.
Well, I'm glad you didn't.
Oh,
having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win. So, I'm delighted to see you back in London.
oh, you're too kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm delighted to be here. I hope I can continue to be of service to you.
Of course. So, what's brought you back? Did Professor Mikatova not protest?
Let's save all that conversation when we're back at home, shall we? You know, I've made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion. Oh, Iris, how wonderful! I can't wait!
God, how much I love that outfit. Kasada-san was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time. But despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. To be continued. After this ad break and a quick BRB, we need to buy out. Quick break, everyone get up, stretch your legs, use the bathroom if you gotta. We're just gonna take a quick break, 3 minutes max, give or take. But I'll see y'all back here in just a couple minutes, and we shall continue the trial of this Harebrayne motherfucker. Alright, I'll see y'all very soon. Okay, and we're back. Hi. You return. We're back home. Up in the attic. You all got up and stretched a little bit. Very important. Got make sure you refill your water and all that. October 23rd, 2:41 p.m. Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. Yes, I was testing something that I had actually heard a long time ago. I need to actually... Yes. I need to actually write out the list so that you all know what does what. But for now, at least I'm gonna let that just be a thing that it happens. Bye, Maya. See you later. Give you guys just because I think it's funny. There's a... You can do that part. I'm trusting y'all with a little bit of power here. All right. Our options are. You can use. It has to be this message exactly. You can do those four with the exclamation mark. Those four options. Angry, lovely, glasses, and hoodie. Just because, why not? I think it'd be kind of funny. And if it's a little bit too much, then I can always, undo it. Oh, this room. It's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to stay so familiar. I didn't know when you might return. I wanted everything to be as you'd left it. It sounds like a mistake. It probably is a mistake. I'm gonna be honest. The only thing that happened is because of the way the eye changing works. I can't, you have to undo one to do the other one. I haven't fixed that yet. But I can always just do something like that. But it has been some 6 months, it's true. Is your father alright, Susie? What happened? My father? Yes, Professor Mikatoba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying you'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason. It was a lie. That's right. So I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised but happy. Surprised but happy. Although now that I have channel points and all that, 'cause these were all actually made fucking months ago. What I could always do is I might link it to channel. I might see if I can link these to channel points instead of just chat commands. So it's a little bit less chaos. But until then, I'm gonna let you guys have a little fun. Surprised but happy. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you. That it was all a trick. My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. Well, we're all delighted to have you back. It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium. The International Forensic... That's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned. Anyway, I keep forgetting I don't give her the British accents, but technically they should have it. Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. Oh. You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan. Yes, of course, I shall. Yes, of course I shall. And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About you-know-who. About Kazuma. I know. I'll tell you all that I can. Oh, so many options. Let's go! When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. Brother! Yes. Definitely, no, not brother. Kazuma was just our friend. Both their friends. Although some might say that Naruhodo and Kazuma were definitely... Anyways, but curiously, After that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely.
The awful trial?
Oh, yes, for the murder of Giselle Brett. Oh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, amazing. I wish I'd seen it. Don't you, Runo?
Yes, I suppose so?
Wanna play at being a lawyer now? I can wear a false mustache, maybe.
I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris.
There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Mr. Sato. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter it was something to do with that convict's loot we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings? That's right. The very large dog collar we found with the B emblem on it. It seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet. Why would that be, then? Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself. And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Oh, Susie.
It's a very meaningful look Susato-san's giving Iris there. Oh, right. Secrets. Like Iris's dad is dead. Oops. We were on trial for that murder.
Lord Strongheart mentioned something about that symposium, too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend. Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge Shigoku have been invited. It's something of an honor, I believe.
Well, Professor Mikotoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country, after all.
But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say? Yes, His Excellency Judge Shishiro Jigoku. You've met him, Mr. Naruhodo. Last year, in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten. That terrible trial of yours when you were accused of murder?
Yes, I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days.
Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over that trial.
If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life.
Oh, well, anyway, as Father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain, too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end he agreed to me going on ahead. There we go, I can read. Yes, about the symposium.
It seems as though Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important.
I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General.
The most senior position in the British justice system.
He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution.
We're not going to say anything, we're just going to move on.
That's what Father said anyway. Apparently it's Lord Stronghold's lifelong ambition.
Does Professor Mikotoba know Lord Strongheart personally then, I wonder?
Probably.
Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech all about the very subject only yesterday. But I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen to much of it.
Not trying for you.
Giselle Brett. The woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. Stares to Iris. Oops. Yes, Giselle Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live.
The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget.
Sorry?
Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an Englishwoman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist.
Well, of course it wasn't her real name.
It didn't exist, but how can that be?
It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin.
Wait, what? That's not an English name.
And she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front.
A front? Who on earth was she then?
Miss A. Shin. Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her.
A swift kick to the shin?
Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery.
But that makes no sense. There's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign exchange student anywhere. What could that woman have been up to?
I'm afraid I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand.
And now she's been killed. But all the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered.
I'm afraid so.
A. Shin. Who on earth was she? And why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere? Have we heard that name somewhere?
I don't remember anymore. After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange.
I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. And that visiting student's fate.
I don't remember his voice anymore. That was a long time ago.
Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never...
Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later, I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama.
And what did you learn?
After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed to the care of the consulate staff there.
Should have been?
Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. It just disappeared.
What? Kazuma's body vanished?
Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except, Kazuma-sama isn't there.
Did Professor Mikitoba know about this?
Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. We're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak.
I just don't believe it. And what is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Birdia were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? What if he's not dead? Please don't be dead! Could it be? Could it be that he's actually still alive? Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo. It's too much to bear. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Just thinking about the possibility pains me very much.
Your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he? And he definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly.
You're right. He could be lying. He's lying about some other things to Iris, who's to say he ain't lying to us. So if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us. No, he covered up a fake death.
But there's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing.
I mean, I suppose that's true, yes. Except you can't get out of your head that maybe he did. The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope. But I can't let it. Because if it turned out not to be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. I'm terrified of what that might do to me.
Oh, Mrs. Sato. I know she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's Chisato-san we're talking about, after all. So I probably shouldn't push it now.
Here, what do you see in here?
Mr. Sato, do you see this?
You have such great expectation in your eyes, Mr. Naruhodo, but I'm afraid nothing particularly useful comes to mind at all.
Oh, sorry. I'm not sure what I was expecting, really. I don't think we have anything else to really...
No, we've done all our talking. It won't let us leave. Hi, Iris. Must be about a year ago now. I read a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I called it the Hound of the Baskervilles. Pat on the head.
But then Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it, and put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it.
So nobody knows anything about it, apart from Hurley and I. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie?
Oh, right, I forgot about that. That was in the first game. Ooh, I should love to read it. Why did you know the name of it? I don't know the answer to that question.
And you wouldn't tell me. How'd you come to know it? Yes, but I made you a promise that I'll explain one day, didn't I?
I think it's time. Let's go! I want answers!
Oh? Oh? I'm only sorry I've had to keep it from you for so long, Iris.
Let's fucking go!
It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study, and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, "The Hound of the Baskervilles."
What?
My Baskerville story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time. But Father came in and...
Chisato, what are you doing?
Oh, Father.
Did you look at those papers?
No, I simply read the label, that's all.
Well, put it out of your mind.
Sorry?
Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anybody else about this. You understand?
Interesting, very interesting. But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan? I have no idea. When I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Sholmes' exploits.
Interesting, which means that Mikotomo was probably there for the Hound of the Baskervilles incident.
When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions. And there's no sign of the big box in his office. That's really all I know about it. I've no doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Wax Trick Museum as well.
So, you're fully abreast of the situation already, Mrs. Sato. I'm expecting nothing less, to be honest.
want to be fully abreast. Okay, moving on. I would think our first port of call should be to investigate this Mr. Drebber. The engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick. HRT's working, it ain't working fast. Yes, a conjurer of sorts, by the sound of it. Well known in the fields of science and magic. Then we need to go and arrest him. Well, yes. He must know the truth behind the case, so I agree we really do need to find the man. Hi, Punisher. Welcome, welcome. Pills. All the pills. That sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. Which is a job for the police, or a great detective. Am I supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think. Good idea. Well, best of luck then. Oh, you're not coming today? That's a good question. Is it 4 milligrams now? I don't remember. I think it's 4. I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. But let me know later how you got on, won't you? That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong. Do you know? I honestly thought I might never have the opportunity to return to Great Britain. And certainly not so soon. And it's funny, for the past 6 months I've been able to work in court. Meanwhile, even raising a storm in the Supreme Court adjudicature back in Japan. Please, Mr. Naruto, I may have been dressed like a man, but it was a very reserved performance. So what your father said in his letter about a Ryutaro takedown is reserved? I should talk. Well, we'll see what happens. I don't think I'm going to see them again for 5 months. Yeah. Well, anyway, I'm back here in this great capital now. I'm ready to assist you again in any way I can. Thank you, Mrs. Sato. It's my pleasure, Mr. Naruto.
A new location has been added. There's so many options.
Let's just go down one at a time. That'll just be easier. Anything of import in here? The answer is probably no. Currently nothing. Okay, moving on. Go see Strongheart. Just say hi. We found Drebber. Or someone? They said long white hair. Tall, thin. Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart? I wonder. I've never seen her before. Never mind, probably not Drebber. But actually, yeah, probably not Drebber, because I think they said Enoch Drebber was... I mean, I don't know. Yield Moira?
Oh, the young champion of the court. You had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result.
Whip Lady? Francesca? Oh. Ivy Valentine? Okay. You mean because of Professor Harebrayne's experiment?
Sham science being demonstrated at London's great exhibition. The country has been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrambling to respond.
Hey, that's not my problem, that's your fault.
Lord Van Zyx is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing.
Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble.
None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. The special dispensation that prevents investigations at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time.
It's scrap metal now, is it? Yo? Yo? Hi? Till later then, Lord Strongheart. Francisca von Karma? No, Francisca had blue hair. It also is like 100 years from now. She is hot though. I cannot deny this. big. I feel like we're back in Pokemon. She's simultaneous. She's just like very gender, incredibly gender. So I'm gonna get Wispin and Keen in here to assess the level of gender going on. Dyke's cousin or sister? I don't think. We know that he has had a brother. I don't think there's any mention, but also, I don't know. She seems. I think she's much paler than him. Same thing with her hair. He was much more gray. So I'm not gonna make any assumptions on relationships just yet.
Yes, thank you.
And off she goes. Wait. I know this is like 1800s. Can I get your number? Or coffee or something? I don't know. Who was that?
That was Dr. Courtney Scythe.
I'm gonna say Scythe.
That was Dr. Courtney Scythe, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner.
You know what? That's fair. That's fair. Yield messenger pigeon? Oh, I like that. Thank you, Punisher. She's the dead bodies person.
She's leading the forensic investigation team's handling of this case. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact.
Oh, I see. About Mr. Asman.
Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to re-evaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly.
Thank you. Thank you. We get to go talk to her.
You can find her in the forensics laboratory.
Ah, right.
Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time.
So he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. I guess we can verse real fast. What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before?
The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensic investigation team a year ago now, unofficially of course, to pave the way.
Goodness, a year ago?
At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly.
What do you mean?
For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. But London scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell. Oof. I intend to see to it personally.
I'm sorry, my brain's just thinking about... This is definitely the man who... This is not going to mean anything to anyone, probably. But recently I played a DM'd a game of D&D with Kane and Sam and a few others. Kane and Wisp and a few others. Keep back and forthing on his name, god damn it. And Kane's character was very, very lawful good. I'm like, this is the man who trained her. I can feel it in my heart and my bones.
See to it personally. By creating the finest police force the world has ever known, protect our honor and our future.
Look at those eyes. It means every word.
Dr. Scythe is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially establish the forensics division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikatoba.
Oh, yes, my lord.
Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan.
Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month. Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Mikatoba, I mean.
It was many years ago now, but yes. I remember Miss Dr. Mikatoba very well.
That timing for that timer could not have been any better, because I was just thinking about Sword Bomb chair. But as a reminder for those who were not here on Tuesday, the chair on the throne is at 60%. When we hit 75%, I'm gonna make a new throwable for my face. That's a little, it's a little mech, a little diva mech. I'm just gonna have a high-pitched nerf this to go along with it. That'll be fun. And that'll be at 75%, and of course at 100% will be the full-on Diva stream. And as always, any and all support is all appreciated. Whether you're subbing, cheering, chatting, lurking, and doing things on Throne, love you all. Thank you, thank you. And now we go back to it. And then your regularly scheduled shout-out. Okay. Dr. Mikatoba.
If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student.
It was the year I was born, so yes, 16 years ago, in fact.
Mikatoba was a young Mikatoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jigoku accompanied him as a young, promising judge. The punctilious...
Hold on. Punctiliousness. You're punctual. The punctualness. Fucking god.
But this stupid-ass word and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way.
I didn't think that you were.
Dr. Mikatoba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. St. Sinners, if I'm not mistaken.
Why is it called St. Sinners? Hello? Hello? Sure, why not?
Dr. Sith was also there then, as it happens.
Scythe. Then Dr. Scythe knows my father, does she?
She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt they'd pass cross regularly. But I've no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikatoba was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total.
6 years? That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it? I lived with my grandmother in those years. So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years? It was a rather turbulent time at home. Oh. Perhaps father wanted a reason to get away. What do you mean? Why? This is getting kind of personal. I feel like we don't... Well, clearly something was going on at the time. I wanted to ask you about Lord Van Zykes, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right?
You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper.
What? Why? Isn't that obvious? For the same reason fucking Edgeworth became Edgeworth. Because when his dad died?
When his brother, Clint Van Zykes, was murdered, it was just after young Beric had graduated from the University of London and became a prosecutor. When obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing, rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Beric Van Zykes went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind.
My word. So, Lord Van Zykes isn't the Reaper, it's the ghost of his brother?
Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles.
Oh, yes, Lord Strongheart.
Go ahead.
It's about Professor Harebrayne's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible.
Are you well versed in science, then?
Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently.
Well, the special dispensation legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. Scythe's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing.
Thank you! Being able to look at it is better than nothing. And I'll be able to see it too.
Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls.
We're extremely sorry to have troubled you when you're so busy, my lord.
I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium. You understand? You understand? Alright, moving on. What's next? A new location has been added. I doubt there'll be anything interesting here, but... My dude! My dude! Where did you get the chalk? Or are you just using one rock to scrape up against other rocks? What's he doing? He's... Oh my. The whole wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations. I'm still writing more now. Professor! Sorry to interrupt. Also, this is just random equations. This isn't... Like, he's not actually doing any math, and you can tell because he's not putting anything in the variables, and it's hurting my soul. Hey, Wisp. I have a screenshot to show you. I'm sure it'll hurt. Never mind. We shouldn't show him this. This is full of a lot of stuff. There's a lot happening here. Mr. Naruto. And who is this young lady? My name is Hisato Mikatoba. I am Mr. Naruto's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. Oh, if only I met a refined young woman like you sooner. She's only 16. She's only 16, my dude. Calm down. You're 33. You're twice her age. Stop. None of this would have happened. No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all. Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you. I owe you an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in the court this morning. Oh no. The whole miserable affair. It all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clot. Professor Harebrayne, what have you been working on in your cell? Oh, you mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see, and I simply had to write it down. What was I had to hand? Oh, is this some new hypothesis? Something to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe? No, actually, this is my autobiography. Your autobiography? I stopped myself before I said it. I don't want to say it out loud. Oh my god. Someone please tell me that there's your wristwatch for proving that I'm not crazy. Oh, fuck, I'm gonna say it, aren't I? I can't stop. Fucking goddamn it. Why? Why is this the why is this the choice of words? What is happening here? Who did this? Who is responsible for this? Show me the translator. Show me the transcriber. Who fucking worked on this one line? What the fuck? Oh my god. Yo, what the fuck? I don't wanna... You know, at some point you just gotta go for it. How I Was Diddled and Fiddled by Albert Harebrayne. And we're moving on! I found I can represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers and an ambitious set of simultaneous equations. Really? I'm going to have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine. So it's going to be a new serial publication from next month. Part 1, An Odd Birth and Odd Upbringing. An odd choice of phrasing. Sorry, okay, this is gonna be temporary. Can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little bit more about the case and less about you being diddled?
Oh, yes, yes, of course. I've been working through the numbers. I was... He's still on it! He's still talking about it! Ah! Ah! I'm sorry. I'm sorry for all the weird noises. I'm fucking losing my mind. I was diddled. I was fiddled by the pair of them. By Asmund and by that aloof engineer, Trevor. Look, we don't need to know about your threesomes, okay? Please, we don't want to know about them. We're not going to have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we? Like, congratulations on, I guess, the Knights of Passion, I guess, but we don't want to hear about that. We're fine. We don't need that. Everything I believed in has turned on its head. My research, Mr. Asmund, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even. I'm sorry it's come to this. There's really no other way. No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end, there was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public. No, of course you didn't. But in court this morning, I realized something. Oh? If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong! Logically, it makes no difference if you were aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me. Oh, Professor. He believed in me this morning, you know. Barrick did. He believed in my hypothesis. Well, I think that was the necessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case. No, Barrick wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it. Did he? I think I understand now. Why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean.
Ooh, excuse me. I have a feeling you're wrong. As mentioned before, you have no wisdom and no insight.
After the terrible accident happened, nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even.
I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there.
So if any other prosecutor had taken the case, if it was anyone other than Barrick, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense, which it is.
And in that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Mr. Professor.
Exactly, which would have been a fate worse than death for me. Barrick insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish.
You think that's why he...
I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul.
But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he? Once again, I believe that Zykes believed in the hypothesis and the experiment and blah blah blah, so that we specifically could disprove it. And because it was, if that's what the prosecution hinges on, is on it being legit, then that's easy enough to prove that he had nothing to do with it. Moving on.
Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it.
And what about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit in with this kind-hearted soul idea?
Do you think you set out to trick me from the very start?
I'm sorry to say, that does seem likely, yes.
But when I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper I'd written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused. He was so empathetic.
Empathic? But in reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems.
I still can't believe it.
As the machine was essentially a set decoration for some stage magic, it probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually. But the scale of it, it was just some small trick.
It was a very elaborate feat of deception. All young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have any money. We want to do research, but we can't afford it. Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try to earn a few measly pennies to carry on.
Stop calling me out, except for the scientist part.
To go through all of that, only to be taken for a complete fool. It's too rotten to believe.
It is, I agree. And that's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Asmund is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer. Mr. Enoch Drebber. No. Is he an engineer, or a magician, or a swindler?
It was about a year ago when Mr. Asmund first brought Drebber to me at my laboratory. Since then, I've met him many times to discuss details about the kinesis machine.
But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist?
Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist.
What do you mean?
He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. And there's no question that the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation.
I see. He just uses it for evil. But the wretched man deceived you, Professor.
It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Are there no more clues you can give us to his whereabouts? I'm sorry. We only ever discussed the kinesis machine. Nothing else. Although, just once, I did visit his workshop.
That's right. I'm a gay robot.
Thank you, wristwatch. This is not necessarily the place for that. That's definitely be relevant later. The Drebber's enormous fabrication laboratory, where he constructed my great machine. This would have been helpful information earlier, sir. Sir? Where? We need this. Why? Why didn't you mention this before? Enoch Drebber's workshop. There's every chance we might find the man there. And if not, we might at least find some information about his, fucking deception. So you've been to Drebber's place of work, then? Yes, just once, you understand? It was an enormous place. Plenty of room to construct a kinesis machine, you see? Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance that we'll find Drebber there. Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure. As in, I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. He doesn't know where it is. The fool of a scientist doesn't know where it is. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. Were you blindfolded on your way there? Was that not a red flag, my dude? Oh, fucking God. Wisdom of 2. I'd give you a wisdom of 1, but then you'd be a vegetable. We're not doing that. Oh my God. I was more than half expecting that. And you see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there. What do you mean? What do you mean I was right? What do you mean I was right? Why? Hi, Monica. Welcome back. This fucking guy. I hate this man. With a burning passion, he hurts my soul. Yes, more. I mean, to be fair, he did say that he got diddled by Asmund and... Oh, yeah. Sorry, wristwatch. You can turn it back on. Hold on, let me turn that back on. There we go. Okay. Look, he did say that Asmund and Drebber diddled him, so... You know? I'm sorry, I'm just so... I'm just so taken aback by this man and his stupidity. You know what? I gave him like a 17 intelligence earlier. I'm dropping that to a 13. Fuck you. You don't deserve that 17. Blindfolded you? He wasn't taking any chances then. The place was incredible! The pinnacle of modern engineering! Even the oil he used was the very best. A special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. The indescribable scent of that imported oil. You're not helping the sexual endeavor angle of this whole situation here, Harebrayne. Stop shaking your shoulders like that at me. Perfumers across the world should forget their secret formula and use that instead. What do you think, Mr. Sato? The machine for your next birthday? I've never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruhodo, and I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. I don't suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor? You don't have a business card for Mr. Driver, for example? I was clearly very cautious, Mr. Sato. I'm sure he would never have— Aha! Don't tell me. Please don't tell me. Yes, I do! He gave me his business card once. It's right here. Look! What? Let me see that. Throw etiquette to the wind, why don't you? Not gonna be helpful, is it? Enoch Drebber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address. Yep, that's about as expected there, Sato. I need a knife, thank you, Punisher. No? Oh well, can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. I had his handwriting. There's been entered into the court record. Let's take a look, shall we? Got some symbology. We got a signature. Ooh, hello, mysterious stains. This dark smudge here. I think perhaps it's machine oil. Ah, yes, possibly. Professor Harebrayne mentioned something about the oil Mr. Drebber uses, doesn't he? He said it was specially imported, very high quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Yes, that's right. But more importantly, it's more fragrant than the finest perfume. So, excuse me a moment. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any sense at all. Don't worry, I expect that just because there's such a tiny amount here. Yeah, it looks like a cross or a D-pad. And a Xbox Connect. Go. Yep, that's oil. I know the smell anywhere. Chug, 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 chug. That's not weird for me, I'm a robot. Let's go. We're gonna keep going down. I want to go there. October 23rd, the Great Exhibition Grounds, foot of the Crystal Tower. Yep, that's poison. Bleh. Go. Let me taste that. Doggy! We have a doggy! Nothing else matters. Yes, there are 2 hot women waiting for us in the next 2 locations. But first, dog. Dog first. I had no idea there were so many people in the world. I know what you mean. It's really packed here today. It feels as though it's taking us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds to this point. Has it? I'll shut my brain down, so I didn't really notice, to be honest. Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo. Is that a compliment, or is she dogging on him? There you are. I had a feeling you'd lot to share your mugs before long. Got it. Oh, Inspector Gregson! I see you're hard at work as usual. Well, greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since last we met. What's all the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning, not you, dumbass. Not you, sunshine. The gentlewoman so loyally at our side. Oh, why thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice. He might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart.
I suppose. As you've probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more.
Oh, well, that's the young trainee's domain. Oh, get over here, Gina.
She's busy with the dog, let her have this. She seems to be busy playing with the puppy. Probably giving it a traditional East End training. Gina? Gina? She's a police officer now? Amazing, isn't it?
He's a good kid, actually. Oh, it's in the right place, anyway. Got the detection bug, if you ask me.
Inspector Lestrade, indeed.
I know she'll follow in my footsteps nicely.
What do you mean?
I'm been transferred. Someone made us head to London.
Oh no, really? That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going to be posted then? We'll come see how you're getting along. Also, Monica, fish and chips, but also immortal fish and chips. Never ending, bottomless. It just keeps going. Oh no, not Florida! Rest in peace, Gregson. We knew you well.
Not likely, but you're welcome to try. Maybe not mind a trip to France, that is.
Wow! What do you know, wristwatch? You're right.
We don't mind a trip to France,
Nah, what is wrong with my accent all of a sudden? It's all over the place. To France!
I'll be working in the Paris police prefecture. Should be right up my alley.
But France! It's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there?
That's the way the adult world works, sunshine. They don't go perking your nose where it's not wanted.
Interesting.
I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go.
What? You're taking Gina to Paris?
Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what's become of her?
I suppose he's worried she slipped back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses. I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruhodo. I think he's worried about the Reaper. Oh, of course! So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it?
You know what? I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina. So don't go blabbing, you hear me?
No, of course not. Gregson, let me tell you something real fast. Especially for a girl like her. Tell her sooner rather than later. Otherwise she's gonna be fucking pissed.
And we're gonna keep that dive and diva safe and sound. Till all this is over, at least.
Oi! You just call me a bloomin' diving diva again? How much of that did you hear?
You heard that, did ya? Oh, well, any questions about the scene, you can put them up to my capable detective diva here. Capable detective diva here.
Alright, you heard the boss. Inspector Lestrade in charge here now. I suppose I better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Gina, you've got a new dog, have you? I love the dog! Isn't he great? Toby's his name. Oh, how delightful. He's absolutely adorable. Yes, the dog does seem lovely. But it's the not-so-lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. No, bring the dog back. Put it back up here. I command you to show me the dog. Stop hiding it from me. Here's the scorching on the ground that you mentioned. Yes, and this was left of the green balloon's envelope. All clear evidence of the balloon that exploded on the day of the incident. Poor Professor Harebrayne. I do feel sorry for him that his dreams have been shattered like this.
Someone's well and truly burst his bubble, as it were. Oh.
Now look, Gina, this isn't a request. Coxgun, this is an order. Give the dog back. Ouch, I'm a bad person. Alright, let's talk to Gina a bit more. Toby the dog! Hydrate, thank you, Nico. We hydrate. We get wanna.
Where'd you find the little mutt then? Where'd you find that little mutt then, Gina? Posture check will do. Oi, Toby's hit flamin' rude, Odo. Slight overreaction, don't you think? No more, alright? Toby's, how do they put it? Doug. Oh yeah, a bona fide detective. He even has, I was wondering about the scarf. It's the same thing as her. It's her same. It's the same as her own necktie. Oh no, it's adorable. Oh no, I love them. Oh my goodness. Give me hearts in chat for the dog. Everyone say hello to Toby. Give him the love. Sorry? I've got a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you. More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he? I love this dog. I've had Toby for all of 30 seconds, and if anything happened to him, I'd kill everyone in this great exhibition and then myself. Oh, so he is a police dog, is he? The police recruit dogs now? Ah, the very first instance of the canine unit. I've heard that they're already being used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell after all. I have a fairly good sense of smell myself as it happens. I can tell undergarments that have been... Well now, this is a sentence that exists in this game. Yep, thank you, Monica. I feel like that's happened like 3 times. That's happened twice now. First with the diddle and now with this. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't. Huh, that's nothing compared to this little fella, Odo. No, really. According to what the boss said. Oh my goodness, she's holding him up. I love this. Once Toby has got a good whiff of your drawers, he could chase that scent to the other side of the world. We have a thing for him to smell. What? To the other side of the world? You mean he can swim? Mr. Naruhodo, I think you may have missed the point. By rather a wide margin. I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill. I'm telling you, Odo, there's gotta be more and more dogs doing that bit for the police in the future. Well, you're not wrong, but unfortunately, you know what? We're not gonna get into a whole lot of stuff. We're not gonna get into it. We're not gonna get into the problems with the police right now. Yes, I agree. Right? One of these days I'll be barking orders at us lot, not the other way around. Do it again. Do the bark again. That was adorable. Oh dear. Sorry, Gina. I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Well, anyway, whatever you think about that, W is Britain's first police dog. Found him down at the East End the other day. Someone just chucked him out on the street. There you go. I knew she lifted him from somewhere. Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals. I kind of... Let's see here. We've got about 40 minutes left. That's because we've been going for 3 hours already. So I'm actually very curious to go see the 2 Ys first before we come back to Gina. But then we'll do it next week, next time. Or we're trying to get through this. That was great, wasn't it? I had a right laugh. It was a new one on me, that. You know, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying I'm about to be found out. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, I know it's made things hard for me every single time and all. I'm just doing my job, Gina. Watching someone else get in the neck's a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when he showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment as a total fix. The dodgy professor, as he put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client. Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though. It's the boss I feel sorry for. Sent off to do the impossible. What do you mean? He's supposed to arrest that other cove, ain't he? Had in time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer. What's his name again? Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber. That's the one, yeah. So the police are looking for this mysterious man with the black monocle. I guess they would be. It's putting too much on the boss, if you ask me. He said it's giving him gut ache. Oh dear. But I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food. Gina. We were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Sorry, I got the hiccups all of a sudden. Yeah, alright. I was around here, you can do what you like. Oh! Ah, damn it, hold on. Water. Oh, that's alright, is it? Dougie! I'll be playing with your new friend here. I was so confused, I thought that was in the game for a second. I was like, what? It's like, thank you for the sticker. The timing on that was phenomenal. Ah, yes, Toby. The machine that exploded must be at the top of these stairs, I presume? I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind... Oh, I didn't hear the boop sticker. Interesting. Sorry, you can't go up this, Suze. Oh. Like I told Oda yesterday, even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason I ain't supposed to touch it. The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Is that what you're thinking of? That's the one. That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The Forensic something? The Forensic Investigation Team. Is that what you're thinking of? That's the one, yeah! But isn't it the case that the special dispensation has been lifted? Think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with ya. I'm still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other, as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange something. I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps? That's the one, yeah. Apparently he's always watching the time or something. Actually, we've just recently been seeing Lord Strongheart. You what? You met him? That's when the boss was called to go and see him. He waited for 3 hours at the Cove's office and came back sniffling. Tragic. Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene as long as we touch nothing. Oh yeah? Honestly. Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it, and never get another chip again in his life. So, you're still saying all this is above board, are you? I'm sure everything will be fine. That really would be tragic. He loves those things. I'm starting to think that maybe Gregson's the real robot here and he just runs on the grease from those fish and chips. It's just his power source. Alright then, there's the stairs. Off you go. Oh, thank you, Gina. So Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebber. I wonder if they've had any luck. He's really funny looking. Got 2 eyes but don't match. Still a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. Oh, he's got heterochromia? Cool. That's not funny looking. Hi, Arlette. I mean, I didn't actually pinch him nothing. The old devil's got it. Sorry, who? You know, that's Kelvin Reaper was always glugging down glasses of that blood-red plonk. Ah, Lord Van Zanks. He's always had it in for me, that cove. Don't know why he's always scum about mine. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes. Should you rather be the Reaper's apprentice than the detective's trainee? The way I see it, if the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-guzzling demigod, they're equally badly off with both. Fair enough. I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that. Glad we put that one to bed. Anyway, point is, everyone at the yard's dead set on finding the fishy engineer. There don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck. Is there something that can lead us to Drebber at all? Hi, I have a thing to show you. About this, Gina. Yeah, I'm still lending me letters at the moment. I only know A to E, so if it ain't too much bleeding trouble. Ah, actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important. I'll come. There's a dirty old smudge on the back, that's all. It turns out that this is very high quality French machine oil,
has a very particular scent, apparently. You don't say. Let's have a whiff, then. You have a dog. Why are you whiffing? You sure? I don't smell nothing.
No, we didn't mean that you should smell it.
Oh, right. You mean Toby? You mean Toby?
His sense of smell is so good, he can track people over the oceans, can't he?
Professor Harebrayne informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Trevor's workshop. Boop. I think he's picked up a scent. So you mean, if he follows the scent of this oil, Toby can lead us to that dodgy clothes workshop? That's right. That's exactly what we were hoping. Alright then, we'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that.
Wait, when did you...
Once a pickpocket. If I can lead everyone to that Trevor's workshop, I'll be the boss's boss before next week. Oh yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted.
Poor Gregson.
Right then, Odo, leave it to me. Sorry? We're gonna get going after that dodgy engineer cove right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty here all the time.
I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina.
Oh, right. Oh well, never mind. Ain't gonna be me what gets her in the neck. It'll be the boss.
Poor Gregson.
Again. Poor fish and chips eating bastard. Ready, Toby? Got that oil scent, have you? Come on then, boy. See you later. Off they go. Yeah, wristwatch, get that soup. I do hope the scent of that oil leads them to that swindler's workshop.
Yes, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel in France.
Alright, so we still can do a little bit of investigating upstairs. These stairs lead up to the experimentation stage. Let's go and see what we can find out. Okay, here's what we've learned, Quizmaster. The engineer, Enoch Drebber, very suspicious. We have a cute dog that you literally just missed. It was just here. The VOD exists, though. And also, for the last question, apparently Albert Harebrayne has been diddled and fiddled by Mr. Asman and the engineer Drebber, so that happened. That was a very legitimate line that happened in this game, twice. Oh my, so this is the machine. Oh no, you're sub right now. That was used to see people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place. Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment. What extraordinary links Professor Harebrayne went to in order to obtain the research grant.
No. The professor was tricked as well. He didn't know anything about it.
Yes, of course. It is amazing, though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British.
You're right about that. Don't sub, don't fucking... That's right.
Thank you, Quizmaster.
I'm a robot.
Gifting to wristwatch. I appreciate y'all.
What was I saying? 3 months. Okay. Jimmy John. It must have been a Jimmy John episode right now. I mean,
They're not bad.
I say they're not bad because I eat them a lot.
I was about. Anyways,
there's a word there's something I was gonna say. I don't remember what now. Oh yeah. I work there. I had one yesterday. I had one yesterday. I'll probably have one tomorrow. Because longer shifts. Gotta go on break, and I don't feel like leaving the store to eat. Anyways. What was I talking about? Sorry, I don't know if you mentioned Jimmy John's, and my whole brain just stopped working. I don't know if you know that I work there or not, but regardless.
you're right about that. You never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure. Oh, look, is that Lord Van Sykes? So, I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Mr. Sato? Already? He is the Reaper, remember? We do well to keep our... No, he's not the Reaper. His brother's the Reaper. We do well to keep our distance. We have permission to be here, from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine, as long as we don't touch anything. From the top? Do you mean Lord Strongheart? Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like. You could have been at the explosion here and would have bent her steel will. Okay. Oh god, there's so much to look at. What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders had buckled and twisted in the blast. And what they call the bird cage was right in the middle of it all. Just here. Yeah, that definitely opened up. Like a sphincter. But look, Mr. Naruhodo. The metal grill on the floor. Looks as though it's designed to open. Touch everything and see what happened? Absolutely. It does, doesn't it? If the floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred, the birdcage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight. I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there? I wonder if the sabotage on it was made so that all these things would happen at the same time. The explosion and the floor dropping out. Look at that horn-shaped transmitting device. Isn't it amazing? That's exactly what I thought when I first saw it. It makes you think, doesn't it? I think it was an 8. I think we said it was an 8. If only it had just been a normal horn, none of this would have happened. That's almost exactly what I thought as well. I really can predict what you're going to say next in that case. You're about to say, nothing ever goes to plan, aren't you? Oh no, I would never say something like that. Full volume at... Oh, sorry, Monoke. Oops. What's this? Oh. The full volume ads are... Oh yeah, look, the balloons! However much I look at them, I just can't come to terms with those Tamari handballs floating in the sky. You've been glaring at them constantly since we came up here. Sorry, the feeling is I'm wanting to ride in one and wanting never to step foot in one are fighting it out inside me. What a mood. I hate heights, we're not doing it. But if you don't look where you're walking, you might fall off this from the stage. I don't think I noticed. That's how fiercely the battle inside me is raging. I guess it's just that time of them. I guess it's just that day where a lot of subs just re-hit. Peace with writing. I think I should make peace with writing in one, Mr. Naruhodo. It would be much safer that way. Also, you're not going to say anything about the fact that there's 3 of them. It's definitely the 3. Okay, that's fine. What else we got? It's all just a pile of scrap. Oh, except for the cage. This wasn't here yesterday. Really? But if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air. That's right, the bird cage. According to what Professor Harebrayne said in court, it's made of wood. Or more precisely, Japanese cypress. Excuse me! Hello, that was loud. I apologize for that. Japanese cypress, I think. And despite having been in an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderfully durable construction. What did you say, Mr. Naruhodo? Thank y'all. I'd understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they must have brought it back here when they finished their work. But sadly, not with the body inside it. I'm thinking this is actually the one that was underneath the stage. But also, who knows? Maybe it is, I don't know. No, that's right. I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still. This is too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. Did they just put the whole last birdcage in the evidence? Into evidence? Alright, well, I guess we have no choice. Ugh. Least approachable man in the world, winner 10 years in a row.
Be strong, Mr. Naruhodo. Your country and your assistants stand firm behind you.
Lord Van Zykes. What?
Well, beautiful weather we're having, isn't it?
I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently, you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs.
Oh, I read them.
It's more like a billboard. So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited.
Well, the thing is... Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate, on the condition that we didn't disturb anything.
And yet you've managed to disturb me.
Physically disturb anything. You know?
Never mind. State your business then.
Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Von Zykes about. Not least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this. Ask away, Mr. Naruhodo. You won't know unless you try.
I don't want to offend the dude, though.
No, can we? How about we start with this one, then we'll ease into, you know, his dead brother. Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drebber, already?
Surely that goes without saying.
We're very keen to see him found as well. Trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier. Which, according to Professor Harebrayne, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle. So, I was just wondering, I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but, we'd very much appreciate any more clues you can give us. Wow, Susato-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns.
Fine, why not? I have a photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago.
Oh look, there's the D-pad on his lapel. There must be his symbols.
Although it appears he already had that black monocle at the time. What?
Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared this with us. Shared that with us.
We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph?
What is it about Lord Van Zykes? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. I don't think we need to work him out. Look at those fucking biceps. And it's fucking wide. He's a fucking brick house. Hey, I know you don't really like me, but do you want to talk about the most dramatic event in your life? So, Clint was the name of your older brother, I understand, Lord Van Zykes? Part 3 JoJo, very accurate actually, very accurate.
You Nipponese. I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So, you've been investigating me, have you?
Oh, no, it's not like that. Well, alright, it is a bit like that.
My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Von Zykes family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us.
The professor, you mean? Is something funny?
That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised.
I suddenly feel extreme dread for the true identity of the professor. I have concerns. Sorry? There's more to it then?
Lackluster work is very much out. Thank you, Quizmaster. Surprise me. Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it? Ah, you're too kind. Are you going to tar our Nipponese with the same brush next? So tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident? Yeah. I'm more difficult to catch than most legendaries. Or I guess technically all legendaries, so they're all the same catch rate. Anyways. As it happens, Lord Van Zykes, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Hmm? Are you aware of the Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork by any chance? I am, naturally. Thank you for the junk. I believe that since last month I featured in one of the displays there, for public scorn. What? Of course the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he? Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place, and held for ransom. Ransom? A particular waxwork? Which, wait, you mean... Yes, it's the professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak. I was unaware of that.
Turned as white as a sheet. Ah, Sholmes. Good to see you.
Ah, the fire I requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you.
I'm still 99% sure that that's Sholmes. I'm 80% sure she just figured out who it is. Are you alright? Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Von Zykes' apprentice, apparently. I'm not the only one. That's definitely Sholmes, though, right? Like, that's got to be him. Yes? Hello? Sada-san can see it too. Thank you. Thank you for not being stupid. Lord Van Zykes, may we speak with your apprentice for a moment?
With him? Why?
Wait, what? I'm sorry, what? Hold on. Excuse me? Am I that stupid? Am I blind? What do you mean, Kazuma? He really did fake his death! Motherfucker! Ah! Let's fucking go! Lost his memory! Wait, what?
Kazuma?
I don't believe it! Your posture, your presence, can only be... It's you! Isn't it, Kazuma-sama? Of course! When he was knocked down, like he hit his head, they thought that killed him. It didn't kill him. He survived. But maybe it gave him amnesia, and he was brought to... But that still doesn't explain why he's here. I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? Wait! Too late.
What's going on here?
Holy shit! We stumbled upon some shit!
What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something.
Well, since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago.
Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about three months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor.
But he didn't tell you why, did he?
And the man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself.
He has amnesia?
Tomorrow he will appear in court at my side.
What?
He is to serve as my judicial assistant, on Lord Strongheart's orders.
He'll be in court with us?
Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course.
Oh, yes, thank you. This will make things very... On the bright side, Quizmaster, Ryunosuke gets to have his, four-person polycule. I always thought we had to be stuck with the three because one of them was dead, but nah. All four of them are alive and kicking. Cool. I definitely saw a reaction here. When she saw us and called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. When she called out Kazuma-sama. Oh, let's go! You've already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, yesterday in fact, at Lord Van Zyke's office.
I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us.
I know. We're going to need to speak to him about that. You're going to have to leave now.
Huh?
The forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems.
I feel like I just way off the voice. What sort of problems?
Foreign affairs problems.
Well, we could do without that. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Mr. Sato. Of course. Of course. Alright. I want to go to Madame Two Spells. A, because Sherlock's there, and B, because the wife from 2 weeks ago is there. But also, we have a new wife that I want to go see. Spooky. October 23rd. Forensics Laboratory. Huh. Interesting. I believe this is it. Dr. Seiss Laboratory? That chemical smell really assaults the nose. There's plenty to assault the eyes in here, too. It looks as though the doctor isn't here. Damn it. But we're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think? We don't need a spray bottle. Don't be rude. You don't need the spray bottle. Don't spritz me. What a seasoned tourist you become, Mr. Sato. We could just have a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. You can put it down because she's not here. That's the main reason. A table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tome that's open on the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anybody concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air? You either have to have a cast iron constitution or a really terrible sense of smell. Why does it smell like powdered Reese's Monkey?
Really? I guess when you're around it all day, you stop noticing.
Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something? Or like the pickled umeboshi plums we make back home. Father had jars like that in his laboratory as well. I expect they're human organs in a preserving solution, probably as examples of some rare medical condition. Mr. Sato, there are some things in the world that it's perfectly fine never to know about. Ever. Oh. So as I said, I'm sure they're fruit liqueur or umeboshi, aren't they? Of course. Now, is this a real skeleton or like one of those fake? Oh, look at this. What a magnificent display case. cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they? You have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruhodo? Mrs. Sato, can't you tell that I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? It's how I cope! Oh, be sure to remember that from now on. That looks like an owl and a crow up there. I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here. Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo. Ugh, I was afraid you were going to say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open. Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like your Daruma doll on display in the office instead. I suppose this is Dr. Scythe's desk. Ugh, I would not like to work in a place like this. God, imagine if the mortuary assistant looked like this. So much worse. And yet the mundaneness of it all is part of what makes it scary. It's very tidy though, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Actually, the mortuary assistant... There was a back cabinet that did kind of look like this. Never mind. Imagine how efficiently she would work. We technically... There is no finishing. Technically, we didn't get the last endings, but we know more or less what they are. There is not technically an ending. It's just one of those games that goes on forever. The lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes, and the chemical smell can't be good for you. It's fun, though. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves. Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose. I can just about cope with a one-eyed Daruma doll watching over me, but that's all! Read the book, read the book. Look at this big thick book here. It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Greg? Hi, Greg. Greg, do you happen to have a list of any kind of some of the weird shit you've seen here? Or maybe some items that you were ready to pawn off? Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... Well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month! 500?! They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses. I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. And scalpel blades can be sharpened, too. It does seem a bit strange, you're right. 500 scalpels a month? What could they possibly be using them all for? Oh, I need to come up with a... What are you doing? Ah! Screenshot taken to share with Wisp and Caden later. Because I need to see just how much gender... Because there's so much gender happening here. Oh my god, that is going to be amazing. Scythe is using scalpels like Zyke Season 1. Oh, yes, also. Hi. This is peak. This is very gender. This is like Rika levels of gender from Pokemon, from the new Pokemon. Sorry, we had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so thank you for the bonk. So you thought you'd snoop around? It's acceptable to you people from the East, is it? Thank you for the bonk. Well, what do you want? Lord Strongheart told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Oh my god, so much bonking high. Mr. Aswin's body, I mean. So we came to ask you about your findings on Lord Strongheart's advice. Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. There's so much bonking happening. But when you're done, you must leave immediately. I'm not doing her voice justice, but dear God. So, we want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the scene.
I love the snake theme she's got going on. She looks very cool. The victim, Mr. Odie Asman, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion, and the Mr. Asman who appeared moments later partway up the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion. I'm sorry, what? What are you talking about? But that can't be right. If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out. Let's see. If two people who looked very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they? Very true. But sadly, in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. The fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident. Okay, let me think. What can account for this? What if... Hear me out. 1 second. Okay. Oh, we're almost out of time, but... What if... Asmon's body... There was no body in the balloon, just the cage. Because no one saw what was in the cage when it fell through the Crystal Tower. They just saw the cage and they saw it break through. And we know that the body was there. What if Asmon was in the machine, dropped down, was killed down there by Enoch Drebber, and then moved into the Crystal Tower during the confusion? Well, they would have to drag it up there in the chaos. And if they... With how much blood it was... If no one can get underneath the machine, then that would also explain why they haven't seen all the blood yet. Because if he was stabbed down there, or stabbed, he was stabbed down there, and then left the screwdriver there, and then he was carefully secreted it away over to the tower, maybe, if what she's saying is true. Fingerprints. They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system. But one day, they will be used as an investigative aid as a matter of course. We're missing something. Oh my, but that would mean the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So, where does that leave us? My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions. Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and yet the body did move from one place to the other. That hasn't cleared anything up at all. It's made the whole thing more of a mystery. Hello? Mama? Mama? What is this? Are you my mummy? Are you my mummy? Yes, daughter. Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? This is a lawyer, dear. Oh. Hello? To meet you? Pleased to meet you. Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. Mama? Ryosuke Naruto. Mama. Yes. Can I cut this one up? Hello? What? Oh, hi! I've never seen a an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like. You look way too old to be talking like this. Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. Boring. So incredibly pale. What is happening? No, where's that mask? I can't tell. No, she's just pale. I think
I just had a near-death experience.
Oh dear, Mr. Naruhodo, you're as pale as a corpse.
Then let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can here for now. If we could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Drebber.
That was quite the way to end that interaction. I'm sure Gina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point? We have things to discuss, and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months. Yes, it's quite possible we might know something useful, you're right. We ought to find him at Madame Tuspel's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit. Yes, Iris told me all about his latest unusual adventure. But I'm so curious. You're still hot. Your daughter is terrifying. So, what are you doing at the moment, Doctor? Keeping a close eye on things, and I'm impertinent Easterners think they can look around my office. Are there such impertinent Easterners around? They're terrible. Yes, you. She doesn't miss her words, Mrs. Sato. I think perhaps it's time we left. Oh, there's equipment now. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals. These ones here are labeled highly toxic. Hi, Maya. Welcome back. Ugh, that's worrying. Because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in here. Oh yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. Interesting. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometime. Life goes on, even when surrounded by death. Last picture, I promise. Now we leave. You know what, let's go back to Witch Wife. Witch Wife was much nicer. October 23rd, Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork. Oh my, no wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn on my heels and go straight home. Via the confectionery. Being scared makes you crave sweets? I can understand that. I mean... But you know, there's something about that waxwork over there. It looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes, down to the very last detail. What is it? Oh, sorry. I think you'll find... That's the temporary waxwork himself. It is Awu time. We're going to... but we will... Awu, with Kaden, once she is live, we will raid her. So I'll get things ready, but we're not going to start that just yet. So we're going to talk to Lovely Witch here. What? Do what? Oh, live as in like she's on screen. And not on the starting soon screen. You know what I meant to wristwatch. The friend of my dedicated employee. Oh, yes. Hello again. It's Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I must say, I'm quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel. Damn it. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs. You shush, Questmaster. You don't mean... Damn it. I'm trying to get a good picture without the UI. But yes, the mystery is solved already. Wow, Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough. Though, as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties. Yes, oh, there she goes. Alright, this is a good time. Kaden's going live, so I'm going to send you all over there now. Thank you all so much for joining me. I hope you all have a great rest of your night. I'm about to go make some dinner as well. And this was also a pretty good stopping point. So I will... oh yes, raid message. Let's get that going. There's the regular one. Here's the one for subs. Oh, thank you, wristwatch. You're a step ahead of me. Alright, so I'm going to send y'all over there.
Thank you all so much for joining me. I hope you all have a great rest of your night, a great rest of your week. We'll be back on Saturday for Genshin, or next week, I don't know. We'll figure it out. But I'll see y'all later. Yeah. Have fun. Okay, then let's go.